Good morning, everybody, and very impressive to see so many out so early. And welcome to whoever's out there behind those cameras. I'm Steve Call. I'm the Dean of the school here at Columbia Journalism and also a member of the faculty. And a couple of things from me before we get to our keynote speaker this morning. First, just some notes of introduction about the school and the program, and then also I just wanted to invite you something that's not on the schedule. I come in usually on the weekends and write because I've got a giant book hanging over my head that I'm trying to finish this year, and so on Saturdays and Sundays I'm usually up in my office, and I thought I would open it up between 12:30 and 1:30 for office hours if any of you want to drop by and just chat about the school. You just take the elevator to the 7th floor, and the only caveat is that you may have to endure me eating a salad while I'm trying to get in between writing sessions, but I welcome any of you who want to drop by. This is my third year at the school, and it is a really exciting time, I think, for all of us on the faculty. The school, you know, has a lot of momentum these days, and a lot of that arises from our engagement with journalism and the big organizations that are in New York and around the United States. The emphasis here is really, of course, to prepare you to get out in the world and start on day one as a professional journalist with a high degree of confidence and capability. And a lot of what we've had to do on the faculty in this era of change in journalism is figure out from employers and colleagues who we work with, whether they're at magazines or broadcast organizations or newspapers, what it is they're really looking for from our graduates. And I tell you what I hear again and again, and I go around to newsrooms all over the country, both collaborating with newsrooms to put projects together for our graduate students, talking to employers who are coming here to recruit, or just surveying employers to ask what should we be teaching. And again, what they all say is we need young journalists who can report, think, and write. And the technology follows the fundamentals. And it's the hardest thing that employers say to find are young journalists who feel comfortable getting off their desks, getting off their email, going out onto the street, talking to strangers, coming back with credible, complete files, thinking for themselves about where a good story might lie in a chaotic environment, and learning how to tell stories across multiple media. Writing is a part of that because story begins with composition, beginning, middle, and end, and that's the case whether you're editing a 3-minute video or writing a 10,000-word magazine piece. And so the more the industry has collaborated with us, the more we have return to preparing our students for the long run. And it's learning how to report, think, and write that will shape a career across lots of technological disruption. Because the one thing about the 10 years of disruption that we've endured in the digital age is that it is very dynamic. The big mistake is to learn perishable skills that are associated with ephemeral software programs or social media platforms that rise and fall. If you walk into the Washington Post today and you look down the end of the newsroom where they prepare their daily work for their digital distribution systems, there are reporters now who are working on preparing Washington Post stories for Facebook. There are reporters preparing Washington Post stories for Snapchat. Now that Snapchat team didn't exist 6 months ago, and I doubt that 18 months from now or 2 years from now, that team will look exactly the way it does now. So if you go to graduate school, you don't want to learn a platform, you want to learn journalism. And the faculty here is working very assiduously to stay close to what we know will endure, while also adapting our curriculum for the era of big data and emerging technologies. The last thing I would say about that is I think in journalism, you know, if you go back to 2005 when the big digital disruption really started to hit newspapers, And a similar wave is just on the horizon, about to hit broadcasters, starting to hit broadcasters. The initial reaction in the field, and it was true in journalism education too, whether at the undergraduate or graduate level, the initial reaction was, oh, we've got to start teaching these tools. And that's true. Everyone needs to be oriented to these platforms and how journalism is created and distributed in the digital age. But the initial reaction was to try to run over to this new technology and teach it just in and of itself. And I think that proved frustrating, both for educators and for students in that period, because, as I say, these tools are too ephemeral to invest a long career in. And where we've gotten now is something that is actually much more exciting for a graduate school like ours, and much more durable when you think about the relationship between journalism and technology, which is we're getting to an era now where we are looking at emerging technology as a tool to advance the traditional purposes of public-minded journalism. That is, this is not about the surface tools that you use, it's about getting to the story. So, for example, obviously information now in our society is structured in large data sets. If you want to be an investigative reporter who holds governmental performance to account, for example, you almost have to be able to acquire and interrogate large sets of data to figure out what choices the government is making about public service delivery, whether it's healthcare or policing. Now is often created through an algorithm called predictive policing, where police departments use big data sets to try to determine where the police should go. A journalist's role is to ask questions about the assumptions behind such programs. But we can't ask those questions if we're not literate in the numeracy and the data that is driving these decisions. So now our approach to data journalism is much more located in the core of our purpose, our public purpose as journalists. Another example is the emergence of sensors, for example, as a way to collect information about environmental change. Here's an emerging technology that is used in industry lots of different ways. It's possible for journalists now to acquire very cheaply sensors that monitor air quality or water quality in communities, connect them in real time to a newsroom, and evaluate whether claims that are being made about the quality of air or water by local governments are accurate, and to provide citizens independently with access to this information. So those are just two examples of the way we're teaching technology in journalism. We want it to be about the substance, and we want to prepare you for the kind of discovery, enterprise, and reporting that that makes a career and that newsrooms are really looking for. The last thoughts I'd offer before introducing Ahmed is the other big changes in journalism that we see through our own students, what they reflect to us in what they're interested in, and then what we can see when they go out and start hitting it in the field after they graduate, is that there are three big waves that are sort of happening inside the school that we've really embraced, because they really speak to our goals and values. One is a revival of interest in investigative reporting. The reason is related to what I said at the beginning. I think a lot of students recognize that if you can learn at graduate school the core techniques of investigative reporting, the use of public records, the use of Freedom of Information Act requests, the use of court records, to some extent the use of data sets, even if you're not a specialist in the numeracy and statistics that specialists in data journalism develop. But if you can learn the basics, and graduate school, a one-year program is actually ideal to teach this level of depth in investigative reporting techniques, then you will be valuable over a long period of time, because you'll be able to discover and contextualize news events in a way that other journalists won't have the confidence to do. So next year we're introducing in the curriculum a new required module, 7-week module, in reporting methods that make sure that every student who comes through here is exposed to the basics of public records, FOIA, data journalism, and even the use of scholarly materials to gather journalistic insights. The second wave is a powerful interest in video and documentary filmmaking that's emerged, both in our school and in the profession. Video is exploding in the consumption of journalism at all levels, short, medium, and long, and it's also a period of great renaissance in documentary filmmaking because of the huge number of channels that have emerged. And our students and our faculty have become, and all of us at the school have really embraced not just the formal documentary program that we have, but all of the video journalism, long form and news-oriented that we teach alongside of it. And it's a source of great energy and organic growth and importance at the school. And then finally, I'd say, as reflected in Ahmed, who I'll introduce now, we recognize both in the character of our student body, but also in what's happening in newsrooms, that we're, like a lot of professions, we're in an era of globalization in journalism. And the reason is the same that we've experienced in other fields, whether finance or literature. The communications infrastructure of our digital age, the way barriers to entry for publishers have collapsed and everyone can speak to everyone simultaneously, has shaped the way newsrooms work and what they're trying to accomplish and how they see their audiences. So the New York Times down the street now publishes in Spanish and Mandarin, and any news publisher can reach a global audience in any language at relatively low cost. And so you see both local publishers all around the world thinking about global influence. You also see collaborations emerging, like the one in journalism around the Panama Papers that you may have heard about that we've been participating in at the school, that are made possible by both the emergence of data and kind of interlocking digital communication. And then you see big publishers, like some of the ones that Ahmed has worked for, Al Jazeera and others, that have conceived themselves from the beginning as global news organizations. And that requires us, in preparing you for that world, to think globally as well. Almost any newsroom you walk into is going to have a kind of multinational character about it, and that requires thinking a little bit about the global context in which you do your work, but also the ways that you can now cross borders as a reporter without leaving your desk, and what that can do to inform the work that you might otherwise think of as local. So with that, let me thank Ahmed Shahib Eldim for coming this morning. He's a graduate of the school, I guess, let's see, almost 8 years ago, class of 2007. He's an Emmy Award-winning journalist with Vice and HBO these days, and he's done quite a lot of innovative work since he left. I guess he was an early concentrator in digital media, which is now kind of baked into everything we do, but he's, among his innovations was creating The Stream at Al Jazeera, where he worked for a while, and then creating Huffington Post Live, and working really all around the world, especially in the Middle East and Qatar and Egypt and Jordan and all over the Gulf. And so it's really a pleasure to have you here, Ahmed, and thank you for your time.
Good morning. Good morning. Oh, so you're more awake than me. Fantastic. I just want to start with a quick anecdote, because Steve mentioned, wasting time teaching skills, or not wasting time, but perhaps in this, he used the word enduring the technological disruption, which I thought is an interesting word choice, because in the business, that's how a lot of people see what's been happening. It's like we have to endure this technological revolution, if you will, or disruption, and every few years it feels like everything changes. And just an anecdote is, before I came to the journalism school, I remember, having, how many of you know what Flash is? See, that's kind of my point, not many people. So I had this skill in this animation, action scripting, coding software that started to be used more and more by media companies. And so that helped me secure my first job at PBS, which was a 3-month job where I would create interactive features that would join and accompany our documentaries online. Trying not to distract you, and in doing so I feel like I have distracted you. But it's a distracting era, I guess, in media. But my point being, I had these skills, I got to Columbia, I was really excited to find that I could enhance those skills with some of the classes that they had at the time. This was almost 10 years ago. And it helped me get that job. It helped me get the first job at the New York Times that I had, which was also great. And honestly, those skills and all those hours that I learned and the books that I read, I thought was going to prepare me for this incredible career where I'd be a journalist, but I'd also be this tech guy. And now, if I begged someone to let me create something for them in Flash, if I paid them, they would still refuse. And I think that's just an interesting kind of little lesson, you know, about expectations, which I'm sure many of you have, because I had them when I was here. And in the spirit of interactivity and audience engagement, and hopefully keeping you engaged, which, by the way, there's actually a class here at the J School called Audience Engagement, those are two kind of coveted skills in this kind of day and age, you know, in the media business. Everyone's talking about them. They're buzzy topics. But in that spirit, I'm going to try and keep my remarks relatively short, because as I was preparing, you know, thinking last night at 3 a.m. at the bar, what would I'm just kidding, sort of. What would I really want to have heard had I been in your position, you know, back 9 years ago? And I realized I wouldn't have wanted to listen much. I would have wanted to ask a lot of questions. So I hope that we can have time for that. And after all, I mean, asking questions, hopefully, is what brought you all here, because if that's something you're uncomfortable with, you may want to reconsider what you're doing here. But let me start by asking you 2 questions. How many of you are planning to attend Columbia J School? You forced her to put her hand up. Okay. And how many of you aren't completely sure? Okay, it's good that you're honest. I like that. All right. Well, for what it's worth, when I arrived here, almost 10 years ago, I remember sitting there in your seats, and I was feeling kind of nervous, somewhat skeptical, and definitely in disbelief that I had even been admitted. Because everyone nodded. That's good. Okay, so we're in the same boat then, I figured. I figured it must have been because my essay was strong, and perhaps, you know, my background, maybe there was like a quota thing going on where they needed like a, you know, an Arab or something. Because my grades definitely weren't very strong throughout undergrad. I really was in shock. I couldn't believe that I had been accepted. So, you know, in my mind, I was thinking that's where smart people go. You know, that's where nerds go. That's where my older sister went. And with time, and it didn't take that long, I would come to realize that, no, I very much did belong here. And hopefully, in some ways, that's what I can convince you today. I'll be honest, I didn't know much about journalism as a craft, or even the ethics, or, you know, the standards and the practices and you know, whatnot. I did know, however, that I was obsessed with asking questions. And I was very curious, and I loved to listen to stories, I loved to tell stories, and I was one of those kids who sat in the car and asked, you know, the parents incessantly, you know, like, why? You know, so why is the sky blue, Dad? Luckily, my dad's like a nuclear physicist and the smartest guy I know, so like he always had an answer. But even with him, I would say, you know, but why is it blue? And then he'd start explaining on my like 5th grade level, and then, but why? And keeping, you know, this notion of not kind of giving up. And there's many times in my career where I've realized that the most important skill I learned at Columbia, or one of them, is to have conviction and curiosity and to not, in that moment, I'll give you an anecdote hopefully later, and if I forget, perhaps one of you can remind me. When I was in the West Bank recently covering the latest kind of uprising there was this one critical moment where the person I was speaking with gave me an answer that was kind of a cop, you know, it was like he phoned it in, he kind of copped out, he was like kind of not being honest. And I literally just said, why? And it was, we were in the middle of, you know, this settlement where this dramatic scene was happening, and in this entire piece, which is filled with tear gas and live bullets, it's perhaps the most visceral, dramatic moment in the piece. Because he was faced with a question that was very basic, but it was like knowing when to ask that question in that moment. And I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but it was one time in my career where I watched myself back and said, wow, like I actually did learn something. Sad that it's just the word why, but it's the little things, right? So yeah, so as I said, I was passionate about hearing people's stories, of finding ways to share them with people, of maximizing the impact that those stories would have, whether that means how you distribute it, how you publish it, do you include audio, is it best to tell that story via another format? I also was thinking, what would I have wanted someone to tell me? I would have wanted someone to have been honest with me, I love this school. I learned a lot at this school. I feel honored to be here today. I feel honored to have been asked to come back and teach, because in teaching, I found that I learned more. So I know you're not here, I mean, you haven't yet attended, but perhaps if you do find yourselves on that path, you can relate. So in the spirit of honesty, I'm going to say, quite candidly, maybe people will be upset, but this is the truth, none of you need a journalism degree to do great journalism. I think many of you may know that. It's not a secret. None of you need a degree, let alone from this incredible institution, to find a job. You don't need it. But because you have the opportunity to spend a year or two here, MS or MA, or however long, I can tell you that the skills that you will acquire here, both the journalistic skills and the life skills and the people that you will meet here and that you will connect with, and the relationships that you will forge, will serve you your entire life. Now, I'm only 31, so I can't really promise that they will serve you your entire life, but they have served me incredibly well so far. And I'll tell you a little bit about why. But for those of you who really just tuned me out for the last 3 minutes because you're like, no, I want to make sure I can get a job if I come here because that was like a thing back when I was here, it will also help you get a job. But I don't necessarily think that that's really what you should be thinking about right now, if that takes the pressure off in any sense. As you know, the media world is evolving very quickly, right? Partly because of technology, because of competition, because of globalization, and many, many other phenomenons. But it's changing so quickly, and when I started working in it, it was changing so quickly that there's a lot of media companies that are struggling to realize how to prioritize their resources, their money, their expertise, and their talent. And I've endured, to steal a word, a lot of awkward and learning situations through this kind of endeavor of trying to forge my own path in this media business when everyone is kind of frenzied and somewhat panicking as to, well how can we beat out our competitors? Oh, we have to do something live. Everyone's doing something live. Let's do something live, without really thinking about the most important thing in design or in any sort of creative endeavor. Is it form over function? Well, if you're going to do something live, why are you choosing this format of live? It must be serving a purpose. Like, have you identified a need for it? And again, I don't want to bore you with this whole business thing, but I've noticed many times in my career, and that's something that I learned and that Columbia helped prepare me for. Because, obviously, this is an institution that goes back so many decades, and it's obviously really well renowned, and the people that you meet here, again, the professors are top notch. And so in that process, there was a lot of discord and disagreement, and it kind of mirrored the environment out there a lot here. People didn't necessarily take digital and new media seriously when I had started. And I think all of that kind of led me to be better equipped to deal with those disappointments and a lot of the confusion around what the right path was for me as an individual, but also for my company or my team within a company. And so everyone's trying to adapt, right, to audiences' shortened attention spans, people competing with more and more startups, and then of course there's this whole citizen journalism thing, or whatever we want to call it, where like now everyone has a smartphone and everyone can be a reporter, whether we feel comfortable using the term reporter to refer to them. They're essentially documenting what's happening or telling their own stories. So now you have media companies all over the world, closing bureaus and wondering, well, what are they going to do? How can we have a competitive edge when there's 45,000 people on the ground with the knowledge of the language, with the context, with the background. Some of them may be doctors and dentists, but if I send a reporter and a crew of 3 people who've only reported from there for 1 month and they're Arabic or they're Spanish isn't that great, what's in it for us? I mean, the story will already have been published, and chances are it'll be published on multiple blogs in better depth and whatnot. But we maintain the reporting and the authority because we are the institution. So there's all these weird things happening with the democratization of media and the decentralization of media. But it's all very exciting, and I think all the more reason why going to a place like Colombia now could really give you a step forward, a step ahead, kind of an advantage, if you will, moving forward. The thing that I find most exciting is that we're in this era of experimentation, of innovation, both technological and editorial, right? And I think you see that if you're just a news consumer. I don't know how many of you have been practicing journalism, but there's so much opportunity. And one thing I learned at Columbia, I had incredible positive experiences here, and I had some negative experiences, as we all do in life. But all of that prepared me for how to cope and deal with those in the real world, particularly the importance of having conviction. And I'll just mention this quickly because I do want to kind of allocate as much time as possible for the Q&A. But when I started at the journalism school, I believe it's no longer called digital, right? Because it's all the same, right? So now it's all the same in terms of concentrations or specialties, right? But when I started, I was in new media, which then became digital, which now I think is, it's all the same, right? And it was I think it was 2006 or 2007, it was an interesting time in the business. Everyone recognized the importance of these new skills that were coming out and emerging, and these new technologies and platforms, Twitter wasn't around, Facebook had just launched, and people didn't really have it, all that stuff. And it was kind of a joke. Like, people at this school didn't necessarily, there were people at this school who did not take the program seriously, let alone the students who really were passionate about learning this thing that was abstractly called new media. And the reason I bring this up is because the one thing, and I feel very fortunate to have, since I've left the school in 2007, it's almost 10 years later, to have always been invited back, to meet people, to come see events here, to teach, as I mentioned, to come to the career fair and hire people. For example, when we launched HuffPost Live, I hired several of the people I met at the career fair here were our best and brightest producers and have gone on to have incredible careers. And the one thing I learned throughout that process is that Columbia, which very much had a reputation, and I don't mean this in a negative way, of being old school and in a good way. Like, you get the real gravitas, the real skills that you need to report and write, and I think that's probably why, judging by your heads nodding, many of you are here today. But it's been incredible to watch how quickly it's been able to adapt. Because I would argue in some ways, and quite frankly, I've been quite constructively critical of things since I've arrived here, but I would even argue it's adapted in many ways better than most media companies I've worked at, and adapted in many ways better than most media companies I haven't worked at, and I've heard from or I've watched, from afar. And that's a very important thing, I think, for you all to be considering and recognizing, because in a way, you're getting the best of both worlds by attending a school like the J School. I don't know how long I should go into this rabbit hole of technology and, okay. Okay, so I learned many things, right, as I mentioned, but again, chief among them was not, in my personal experience, how to structure a story or how to write a lead. Or even how to properly shoot video, which I argued with Melanie Huff when I first arrived. I was really frustrated because there was a lot more restrictions as to which classes you could take if you were in this program. If you were in the new media, you couldn't take video skills because there was no space, was really frustrated. I said, well, if I don't learn video skills, like, that's what I want to do, and that's what all these job, these people, when I go to these job things or when I talk to people, they say you need those skills. And eventually I learned those skills here, but that's not really what I'm grateful to have learned here. Again, what I'm really grateful to have learned here is conviction, because it's hard to teach, I think hard to learn, and so undervalued in terms of its importance in the day-to-day when you're working as a journalist. By that I mean, how to collaborate with other people, how to challenge myself and my sources and my own perceptions and my own skills, and yet going through that entire process to have kind of the confidence and the conviction, whether in the moment in an interview or generally in terms of structuring a story or creating a project. I realized a lot of that did come from just spending one very rigorous year here. And that's something that I think is hard to find and to teach and to learn in that short of a time. And something else that Columbia, I think, offered me, and hopefully will offer you, is that, I mean, in this business, and I hate to call it a business because I suck at business, even though my dad very much wished that I didn't suck at business. In this business, and it is a business after all, there's so much opportunity in this day and age. And some of it's hidden opportunity, like maybe employers don't even necessarily realize it for whatever reason, they're too bogged down in the day-to-day and the nitty-gritty. And one thing I learned at Columbia is not just that there's a lot of opportunity, but how to seize opportunity. Again, whether it's in the moment, in a story, or just generally in terms of meeting people, networking, which all of that comes off the back of having attended here. There's so many opportunities when I found myself in like some far-flung country where someone's like, oh, you went to Columbia? Me too, or oh, I know. And then lo and behold, we have access to something we didn't have before. I mean, it didn't happen every time, but the few times it happened, I was like, well, now it was all worth it, All those loans. No, I'm kidding. Sort of. I actually was fortunate to have a scholarship, so, but anyway. They're all regretting having had me come to speak. I, for example, had one opportunity. I just want to tell you about an anecdote. I had the opportunity to travel to India for covering religion, which was a class here with Professor Ari Goldman. I knew very little about religion on the personal level. I had never really reported it on the professional level, and yet, my name's Ahmed. I was raised in a Muslim country by Muslim parents. So religion invariably factored very heavily into my career and does to this day. I mean, sometimes when I speak on certain TV networks and CNN and whatnot, I am referred to as a Muslim journalist. A very curious term, since I am neither a practicing Muslim per se, in the sense that I don't pray 5 times a day, and I've never met a Christian journalist or a Buddhist journalist. But, the reason I bring this up is because that trip, serendipitously perhaps, proved to be very, very formative for me as an individual, as a practitioner of this field. And I had chosen to study Sufism, which was this kind of mystical version of Islam. And we went to Varanasi, we went to Mumbai, we went to New Delhi, we went all over this country. And it's not as though India was that shocking to me, because in many ways it was similar to Egypt, which is where I was raised for most of my life. But that trip, I mean, having that opportunity at that age and that access and that exposure, and obviously we had, again, there was like an alumni event, we met people. The people we were learning from, were just incredibly authentic. And I remember coming back, and it was kind of a whirlwind. And I was like, well, I took all these great pictures, and I kind of learned a bit and told one story about Sufism, and I learned about, I didn't know Zoroastrian, I didn't know what that was, even Zoroastrianism. And it wasn't until I think 2 or 3 years later that it really started to occur to me that how that trip, that 2 weeks at Columbia alone, had prepared me to deal with this barrage of the intersection of religion and journalism and what it actually means to cover religion. And do you focus on the politics of it? Do you focus on the rituals? Like, what is Islam? This eternal question that everyone in the media business seems to be asking. So I don't know if that was fate or serendipity, but what I'm trying to get to in short is I want to end by saying I have had a very, in some ways, peculiar journey in this business. And I hope that in some ways, during the short Q&A now, sadly, that I will be able to share my experiences with you and be of value, because I can tell you none of you are going to have the same experience, nor should you. But in my 10 years, I've worked, I think, at 10 employers. I've had 10 different employers, which is, on paper, not the best thing, according to my dad, again. But in reality, I am so, so grateful for having had that experience. And, you know, there was a time not so recently, as much success or relative success, for what it's worth, that I have had. I had my own international TV show during the Arab uprisings for Al Jazeera English. It all kind of happened randomly and, working. And all of a sudden, I got to a point where for about 8 months, I was out of a job. I was earning like 6 figures, which in journalism doesn't always happen every day. And the reason I'm speaking so candidly is because psychologically, I was kind of surprised. I was like, well, here I am, struggling to find a job after having worked for all these companies, and I've been doing everything right. And how is it possible that I'm at this weird point in my life at the age of 29 or 30? And it's not that there weren't people that were interested, but it's hard to find a job, even when you are on paper quite accomplished, or when you're that hungry and you want it that badly. And the reason I'm sharing this with you is because as important and as, Melanie will tell you, and so will Julie Hartenstein, who works in career services, and she, how lucky was I during those 8 months to have Columbia to fall back on? If not, to give me professional advice about strategically who I should talk to or to make introductions. I was interested in Vice, and I was interested in Fusion and all these different companies that were coming out and emerging. And if not on the professional level, on the personal level, to have people who knew about my career, who were invested in me, who knew what to tell me, how to give me advice in the professional capacity, in the personal capacity. And so, what I'm getting at is like, I feel very lucky for having had those people, and there was a time when I probably was a bit cynical and would have been like, well, I got my degree, and like, sure, it's good for networking, but like, when am I ever going to really need Columbia, or when are they going to need me, or and I learned I was wrong, and I think that's kind of what I'm here to tell you today. I mentioned the thing about career fair. I just made some notes. The last thing I want to say, it was so easy if I could just walk along. I was asked to come back and teach digital skills. At the time, it was new media and aggregation was one class in particular I would want to teach. How many of you know what aggregation is, or feel like you know? Okay, what is it? Someone say. You're like, wow, he went into professor mode. It's annoying. You're smiling. What is it? Can you tell me? No? Okay. So you all lied, basically. Go ahead. Someone? Just yell. What is it? Perfect. Perfect. Okay. Close.
Ahmed, can you repeat that? Couldn't hear what she said.
Oh, forgive me. Getting news from multiple different sources and kind of aggregating it. And what else did you say? Coagulate. It looks like you're a doctor here. And say it again? And delivering, right. Well, the reason I'm asking you this is because I walked into my first skills class looking much younger than I do today, so 12. Or that's what I'd like to think. And, the minute I walked in, there were like 20-year-olds, 40-year-olds, 60-year-olds in the room, and they all looked at me and they were like, are you here for the class? My name's like Jessica. I said, yes, I am, but I'm actually going to be the adjunct professor. My name is Ahmed. And there were like 10 people whose eyes rolled, and they were like, what is this kid, going to teach? Am I paying? And literally, people started, like, it was like about to erupt into pandemonium. I didn't pay this much money and come all the way from New Jersey. I'm like, New Jersey? It's not that far. But, you know, I understood where they were coming from. And then, lo and behold, some of them were also in this class maybe because they couldn't be in another class. And so some of them were really not happy to be there. And this is one of my sections in particular. There was a mother of two. She was like maybe in her 40s, 50s. And I remember she was not buying it. She was like, this is like, I could tell she was probably already emailing Melanie being like, what is going on? And there, you know, then I said, yes, and one of them said to me, well, what do you do, like, that you're here? Like, what have you done? You know, why are you here? All of a sudden, it was like I was, you know, being, you know, interrogated. And I said, well, I work at HuffPost. And so the people who were rolling their eyes, some of them fell on the floor all right. They're like, HuffPost? Like, that's not a journalism, you know, that's an aggregator, and it's this and that. And so I showed them this video, which I want to briefly show you. I hope we'll still have, we'll still have 50 minutes for questions, so we'll do that quickly. But I'm just going to show this to you, at least the beginning half, because that section ended up being perhaps my favorite section to teach, because there was so much skepticism. And by the end of not just this video, but that first class, it was like one big happy family. And the reason I say that is because perhaps some of you are skeptical today, in general. And even if you're not, since you all pretended to know what aggregation is, this will be useful anyway, so let's just take a listen.
Shell. In the news today is news. Multi-millionaire media maven Ariana's Huffington Post is now a cool $315 million richer.
Fabulous, darling.
This journalista's jackpot is all thanks to the advent of aggregation. Or, look, here's some stuff I found on the web. Why pay for journalists to work when the work of journalists can pay you? If only they would have thought of this sooner.
Ernie Pyle here, reporting from my study, where I just discovered some neat links on the war and did a bang-up job of search engine optimization.
And I just snapped some Jim Dandy screenshots of this AP photo collection of war-torn Europe.
Extra, extra! Give us your work for free and we'll make millions! Blog all about it!
Agrigopolis was a success, as aggregation was the new key to big bucks. Merger upon merger and links upon links until new aggregators began to aggregate aggregators. Website A used content from Site B in exchange for B getting eyeballs from A. Soon B realized it could do the same thing and gathered from Site C. But C was no dummy, and soon A through Z all did the same thing. As aggregation abounded, links were linked and exposure exposed. Until one day, little Tommy was at school researching a report on journalism and democracy. Tommy turned to the web, clicked, and found an aggregate of links linking to nothing but aggregators' links of each other's aggregated links. Good night, little Tommy, and good link.
So, in short, you're going to have many surprises here at Columbia if you do decide to come, which I think you should. And if you do go into the field, you're going to be disillusioned, you're going to be frustrated, you're going to feel like, why did I even go into this field? Why did I pay for this education? But I can assure you that, at least in my experience, there are many things I have regrets about in terms of my trajectory and the places I've worked and what I've done. And Columbia and attending Columbia is 100% not one of them. So for whatever that's worth. Let's just have a quick Q&A session now, perhaps. Go ahead. Oh, forgive me, yes. If you want to ask questions, you actually have to line at this. Yeah, well, let's do usually it happens naturally, but a round of applause. Thank you. And then let's all just line up and then you can ask questions. So go ahead. It's the first time in my life I've ever had to do that. God, you guys. I know, I'm teasing. It's okay, it's early. Go ahead, let's just, go ahead.
I was just wondering about what strategies you found your best strategies for adapting to new media. You were talking about how a lot of news businesses kind of fumble when new things come up, so just sort of how you go about that and what's worked for you.
I mean, it's a great question. It's a bit general, so maybe my answer will be general. I hope it suffices. But what I think is most important, and in my experience, is always asking why you're doing something. And if someone tells you, we need to do this because, you know, whatever, even if it's advertising, it's business pressures, other people are doing it, it's because of competition, always don't be afraid to ask yourself, let alone them, but why is this the strategy you're taking? And in terms of like adapting or preparing, I think it's as important to consume different types of content as it is to produce different types of content. A lot of people get caught up with, oh, I want to learn how to do audio and I want to learn how to do video, and it's important because I want to be able to do all this disruptive stuff, and I want to learn about interactivity during video and blah blah blah. And maybe even in this day and age, people are thinking about vertical video. I don't know, VR and all these things that are very experimental. And so I would just say, the more you consume, and it might seem like an obvious answer, and it's easy to forget, because the more and more you work, at least in my experience, I realized, oh my God, I haven't read anything in like 5 days. Like, what's happening to me, like, except for a tweet. So I don't know if that answers, but perhaps if you have a more specific question, you could go back and then we'll do it again.
Thank you.
Hi, Ahmed. I loved your program on Vice, and I just had a question on that. How long did it take for you to conceive and execute it? It was fabulous.
Which one? The
one on the Palestine uprising?
Yeah, that's a great question. To conceive of it, it took a minute, in the sense that we realized what was happening in the region. We realized Vice on HBO had never done a story about Israel and Palestine for many reasons. It's one of those topics that's like a bit too sensitive politically, and it's also like, where do you even start? And our programs are 15 minutes. So, but in terms of the actual reporting, the production, post-production, it was one of those shoots where we literally only went once to the West Bank for 10 days. And it was 14-hour days, meeting tons of people. And we had conceived of it as a story that we would tell about a part of the world where people are often dehumanized, and where stories tend to get mired into politics or economy, or and so we wanted to tell the story of the people, particularly the youth who were living there, who we felt like, beyond social media, don't often have a voice in the mainstream media. So that was kind of our very vague plan. The specifics that we had were obviously a source on the ground in Bethlehem, which was where a lot of the clashes were happening. We went there, we started reporting, and one thing that we found, and I think this may be actually hopefully beneficial, is that, and I've learned this, especially in this last job I've had, when you're doing longer form, you often have an idea, obviously, of what the story may be, or how you'll even go about doing it. We thought we'll stay mostly in Bethlehem, we don't need to go to Ramallah, or any of the other cities in the West Bank. And once we got there, we realized not only were the youth inside of Palestine frustrated and angry with the occupation, and angry and clashing with the Israeli soldiers, which they have been doing for decades, but they were just as angry, and even more angry, arguably, with their own leaders. Which all of a sudden, we kind of knew that there was some disdain and disillusionment, but we didn't realize the extent and how that was dictating the reality on the ground. So very quickly, we had to adjust our schedule, our production schedule. We decided, well, how can we not go to Ramallah, which is where the Palestinian Authority is headquartered, and so, in short, to try and be concise, then when we got back, so I'd say like maybe a week or two of research after that initial moment of, oh my God, we have to go, which is very short. And that's why I'm happy it turned out as well as it did. 10 days on the ground, and then when we returned, a lengthy process of post-production, particularly because it's such a sensitive topic and very challenging to tell that kind of a story without putting all the context that's needed into a very short 15-minute documentary. So all in all, I'd say about 2 months. But the post-production in reality was like 7 months, but no, I'm kidding. It just felt like 7 months.
Thank
so
you.
about 2 months, yeah.
You mentioned that you don't regret coming to Columbia, which is great because I want to come here too.
Good.
But you did have regrets in your career trajectory. What were some of those?
It's a great question. I think most of my regrets would be worrying a little too much about the next step and not, I know this sounds vague, but like, for example, when I was at the New York Times, I was at the New York Times, right? My dad was like, oh, finally, it was worth it, And I left 6 months later because I spent a lot of my time there, and the business was changing. We were in the new building. It was the first time that the paper was, interfacing with the digital side. So you had culturally all these like 20-something-year-old kids who were on the digital side, myself included, and then all these like veterans in the business. So there's a little clash point, and I think as much as I took advantage of opportunities there were times where I got very bogged down and like, well, what's my next step, and am I really learning, and rather than being in the moment and like challenging myself and realizing that even though I was just on the web, I shouldn't say just on the web, but I was on the website producing news package, producing headlines and slideshows and things that were exciting, but I knew it wasn't my be-all, end-all. There were times in my career where I didn't trust the process. And that's true of being in a job, but even on a story. Some of my regrets were not trusting the process. Even, where is this going to get published? Why am I even here? It's like 8 a.m., I'm in Jackson Heights, like who cares? You know? And so it's really, that's my biggest regret is the moments where I didn't trust the process. And I think where I was focused on the wrong things. And I think the right thing to be focused on is either what you're going to learn from a story or what you're going to share, what people will learn once it's shared. Another big regret, just very quickly, is not taking, I mean, I have taken many risks, but not like taking risks within jobs where I felt secure. Look, it's very rare in this day and age to have a job where your job skills, in terms of your tasks, like what your job actually consists of, will remain consistent or the same for any given period of time, because that's how quickly things are changing. That's happening more now, but there were times in the past where in those moments, I got flustered, I got frustrated because I felt like I wasn't learning. And so my regret would be, again, I guess it comes back to not trusting the process and realizing it's okay if they're asking me to do something that I'm not wanting to do or I'm not comfortable doing or I don't even feel good at or I have very little interest in, and just trusting that all of that will lead to, like, you know, wherever it is you're supposed to end up.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, I have two questions, one industry, one personal.
Sure.
Can you talk more about interactive journalism and how that plays a role in the story package? And also, can you talk about pushing back against people's perception of you? So you said some people called you a Muslim journalist?
Yeah, that's a great question. Okay. The first, what was your first question? Right. The way I'll answer that question is, again, there's this notion, and there has been for several years, of interactivity is important. But there's not always a real understanding or time given to figure out why is it important. What do we want beyond to keep our audiences on the platforms because of the bottom line or advertising dollars or what have you? And for example, at HuffPost Live, I used to have a show on Al Jazeera called The Stream where it happened during the Arab uprisings, just coincidentally, and a big part of the stream was live while we were on TV being broadcast into 250 million homes. My entire job was to prepare beforehand what our community on social platforms was telling us they wanted to ask questions or their concerns. And then in real time, during the 30-minute or 45-minute show, I would be like, people would be sending hundreds and hundreds of tweets, and I'd be scrolling through them and trying to figure out in real time what was relevant to add to the conversation, and I always felt a need to add because I wanted to give the audience a platform. And at the same time, it all felt a bit panicked and frenzied, and what is the added value of reading the comment from Joe Schmo about whatever topic it was we were doing? And I think interactivity in the media business has evolved in terms of what it actually means. It doesn't necessarily any longer mean live interactivity, which was something literally that we believed it should, or it's historically meant. And I think also you're starting to see the advent of, beyond, we had open editorial meetings where we would ask our audience to join us in chat rooms on Google Chat and whatnot and tell us what they wanted to cover, because we were all looking for any way to be interactive. It didn't always prove to be the most effective, efficient way of open source or crowdsourcing an editorial meeting, because you can imagine that could go very bad very quickly. But the really interesting thing I think today about interactivity is that it's really more about your audience being engaged in your content. And that can mean interacting with you as a brand, interacting with the individual as a journalist. I think accessibility is really important when it comes to interactivity, but in general, that media companies are accessible to their audiences, that individuals who produce stories are accessible, whether virtually or in reality. And you're starting to see something that's interesting, I think, when it comes to interactivity, which is people interacting. I mean, this is where I think the passion really is, and we're going to see this evolve more and more, where audiences are interacting with each other around content that you create. And all of a sudden it was like, oh wait, it's not about us. It doesn't mean, interactivity doesn't necessarily mean that they have to be interacting with us. if they're interacting with each other, maybe that's even better. And now you have the advent of like VR, which is, you know, virtual reality, I think, and 360 video has the potential to be incredibly disruptive, to use a very cliche word that we hear all the time. Because all of a sudden, you're going to have audiences immersed in your content, essentially interacting with your characters and interacting with what you shot as they turn, you know, so does the scene. I mean, how's that for a novel idea of what interactivity in journalism means? All of a sudden, it makes people like me who travel and correspondents who go around the world to report these stories relatively irrelevant because, you know, they don't need to see me there in that VR set. And your second question was about the personal pushing back. The only thing I can say is, like, it's really important, I think, to not let anyone, you know, put you in a box or like contain you. And you know, I've been very fortunate because of my background and my, I don't know, expertise in it or my experiences. It's worked for me, but it's definitely worked against me. And there's times when, you know, like, I think the only time I've ever been called by any mainstream media company in the US to talk or comment on a topic is when it's about Islam, which is weird in some way because I'm not an Islamic scholar. And that said, it's shaped my upbringing and it shapes my career. And I think the way to push back is to again, have conviction. And I think it took me some time to have full conviction that, like, I'm not just a Muslim journalist, and even beyond that, that, like, listen, the whole way you're approaching this is like a bit weird. Trusting your gut. I mean, even in terms of deciding, you know, what you want to do, maybe even you want to come to the school, like, I knew deep down, even though I was scared when I was sitting here, like, however many years ago, that, oh, is it right for me, my parents, the money, this, that. My gut said, I want to do this, so I did it. And I think that's a really important way to kind of push back, because then it'll naturally come if you're honest with yourself.
Hey man, thanks for the anecdotes. They were awesome. My question is, going back to your Columbia years, what would you say were the best times and what was the most challenging thing while you were here? And then the second question is, you mentioned you're 31 and you graduated like 10 years ago. Were you like 12 when you graduated?
Yeah. 9 years ago, I graduated in 2007. I believe I was 21, 22.
Journalism school.
When I graduated, yeah. I went straight from undergrad because I was in such disbelief. I was like, God, if I don't go now, maybe they'll rescind it. But your first question was about challenges and then what my best thing
For
here?
sure, yeah. Best time and worst time at Columbia.
The worst time, I'll share with you in private.
Okay.
Because I don't want to talk about it up here. To be
Best time
honest.
then.
And it was personal more than professional, so it's like not very relevant. And then the best time, that's a good question. There were a lot of best times. I mean, in all seriousness. I mean, it may sound cheesy, but there's a professor I had called Du, who had this kind of vibe where he challenged us a lot. And I think there was one time when I had written, I had created a short little video that I was so proud of. And I think the reasons I was proud of it were all the wrong reasons. It was basically because I thought it made me look good, to be honest. And I wasn't in it, but it just, you know, in my head, I was like, oh, I'm being so smart. And he kind of completely deconstructed it on every level in front of the whole class. And he had a habit of doing that. I think that's just his teaching method. I mean, he was very candid about what worked and what didn't, and there was a lot more that didn't. And I think it was just a humbling moment because I thought I was like, you know, like this, like, you know, great, you know, whatever, like video whiz. And that was one of the best times. The other best time, quite frankly, is the trip to India.
For sure.
I mean, when is that going to happen in your life at that age? Like, you know, and you get that kind of access and that kind of feedback on your work and just those moments. And, you know, it's like, that was the best time.
Nice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't know how much time we have. 10 minutes, fantastic. Okay, so now I'll actually answer your questions.
Oh, good. Lucky. I'm lucky. This question sort of on choosing classes. I've heard reference to not getting into certain classes or having to apply to certain classes. So do you think in your one-year experience you missed out on any classes or experiences with professors? And that sort of leads into, do you wish you had more time?
Great question. Yes, I do feel as though I had missed out on some classes. That said, I am FOMO in life. For those of you who don't know what that means, I always have a fear of missing out. In fact, right now I'm wondering why I'm not downtown having brunch. No, I'm kidding. But actually, I'm not kidding. But I will defer your question to Melanie, who's going to be speaking later about student services and stuff, and she's much more knowledgeable about how the school has changed, because I know that it has changed, and even though I was part of that conversation in some ways and you know, privy to how it has changed, I will say this. I really wanted to take a video class at one point. I begged Melanie and others at the school, Sri and whoever, you know, anyone I could, you know, talk to, that please let me take it. And no, there's no space, and you can't because you're in new media. And you know, there are going to be limitations. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know. I would imagine there's going to be many less, because that's how things are. But my advice is don't get bogged down in that stuff. Because first of all, there are ways to learn things without being in the class. Maybe they'll let you audit. Maybe you become friends with someone who's in that class who needs help on a project one night late, and through osmosis, you learn. You know, and I know that might seem like, well, like I'm not paying money to learn through osmosis, but you are. You are, really you are. I mean, you know, school is not, you know, having FaceTime just with a professor or office hours or sitting in a class. And I mean, it's really every moment, I think, is like, it sounds a bit cheesy, but it's true. You know, sitting outside in the field and discussing like what your professor was saying about like, you know, objectivity with like someone. I remember all these conversations. I mean, to answer the previous question, maybe some of my best moments were just debating things like in the grass, like, you know, or having wine with a friend later, and just having these really passionate conversations about what I learned and, you know, why we think the professor is wrong, and like, are we going to go and talk to him about it? So I'd say, like, I understand why you feel that way, and it's certainly a valid feeling to have, and there are going to be some limitations, but it's not the be-all, end-all by any means. And more importantly, again, as we heard earlier, you know, the skills that you learn here are important, but there's so much more about the fundamentals that you're going to learn, and the networks and the professors and having access to them, and the time when you're not in class, you may very well learn more than the time that you are. And I mean that, because, I don't know, that's just my experience. It's like, this is an incredible opportunity, and you will get out of it what you put into it. I mean, that's really true. It's easy. We're live, I shouldn't say live. In any situation, in any job, it's not specific to Columbia, it's easy to coast, you know? I mean, this is a pass-fail school still, right? Yeah. It's pretty hard to fail. I mean, it's not, it depends on your sleeping habits as well, but like, my point is, you'll get out of it what you put into it. And that's true of being here, and it's been true of any job. You know, sometimes you get hired to do a very small job, and you'll do that job, and you'll keep doing that job, and you'll keep doing that job, and then you'll leave, and you'll be like, well, what did I really learn? Well, it's not just up to your employers and your bosses to teach you. It's up to you to like push, you know. So like in that job, I may have been working on the web desk, but I actually want to learn these skills from someone else. But I'm only going to learn, they're not going to necessarily say to me, you know what, Thursday, take the day off, come, I'll teach you the skills. No. So that exists everywhere. I hope that's helpful.
Could you talk about the projects that you put into your portfolio while you were here at Columbia that you felt made you most marketable to your first jobs? And can you include the New York Times in that?
I think I put two things. One, some piece I wrote for Professor Ohito's class, Mirta Ohito, which was about racism and growing up in Vienna when there was a neo-Nazi in power, and it was like commentary. It wasn't reporting and writing, and it was just a print piece, but it was very honest and very, because I was passionate about the topic, which I love talking about racism, and writing about racism, reporting on racism. That, I think, because I put something that I was really passionate about, really translated in the job interviews and whatnot. But then also my master's project, which was an interactive, back then, that's like, I think it may be the only thing I showed people, even though it was in my portfolio. Because I think it's important to choose something that's that speaks to who you are, and that showcases your skills. And so my project was about the next generation of Muslim New Yorkers. It was an interactive. We had like a rapper from Queens who called herself Misunderstood, who wore the hijab, who would like rap, and like, you know, we had all these other aspects like educational programs, and it was a digital thing. And back then, people would watch it. I think we won a Webby Award for it, me and two of my colleagues who were at the school, and so that's why I put it forward, because it was just like, it was the be-all. It was like the culmination of all of Columbia for me. That was in my experience. But you're thinking about your portfolio already? It's okay. I was probably doing the same thing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Earlier, you talked about the democratization of media and how the idea that everybody can become a journalist, but you also said there's a lot of opportunity for journalists through that movement. So can you elaborate on what that looks like?
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing about the media business and how it's evolved is that when you talk about the democratization of media, all I really mean is that there's no longer an authority or authoritative voices or companies, as you know, who dictate what is relevant in the news or who can dictate like what the news is. I know that seems a bit counterintuitive in the sense that, you know, we're here to learn how to be practitioners and journalists, but again, at the end of the day, you know, how you can fit into that even as a journalist is recognizing that not everything is about competition. And rather than think of yourself as an individual or as a media company as competing with like the 2,000 people in the streets in Chicago who have smartphones, who like are there in the streets, let's say there's a protest breaking out or whatnot, it's recognizing, okay, so the speed of information is traveling quicker and there's content traveling quicker, but how can I as a journalist, or how can I in my role as whatever job you have, actually leverage that content? Is it curation? Is it an analyzing what is being reported by these citizen journalists? Or is it even as yourself going into the field, and maybe this is just more about appellations and terms, like, and acting in the capacity of a citizen reporter, you know, somewhere that you grew up, a place that you're intimately familiar with, and producing content that may not be very linear in terms of like the traditional story structure and whatnot. Maybe it's just little tidbits and dispatches and reactions. Look, the one thing I will tell you that's super important is, and this is an opinion, it's subjective, but I'm very passionate about this belief. Objectivity and all of that and everything you learn traditionally about journalism is important, but more and more what's becoming important to audiences, and if you want to have a successful career, you have to find ways to be accessible. You have to find ways to be authentic. That doesn't necessarily mean you have to be opinionated or you know, go into commentary, but this illusion of there being two sides to a story, or this illusion that only media companies, to go back to your question, are positioned in a way that they can report stories of value or of impact is hubris. You know, and that's, I think, even just acknowledging and recognizing that that the business has changed, that there is this democratization taking place partly because of technology, and that's why so many people in the media business are struggling, because they don't know, like, even when there's these new initiatives, like, do we hire someone who's opinionated and who's going to be like kind of those talking heads on TV? Do we hire someone who's not? Do we need to put our reporter in the pieces? And again, time and time again, I think it comes back to, like, if you're transparent, if you're authentic, and if you're accessible, like, it's hard to go wrong. Because that's what a citizen journalist is.
Hi, I've always been interested in making links between different stories and also within life. So for instance, I'm coming from Canada to here, and I've always been interested in, like, you know, you can apply in Canada and get accepted to New York City, and you have that jump into the New York City world of journalism.
Right.
So then when you are stepping out of Columbia and you've graduated, how do you make the link into the real world, into work like Vice News, for instance, which I love because they interviewed with ISIS via Skype, was amazing.
Yeah.
And my second question also is because I'm coming from undergrad, and also I love to write about things I'm passionate about, like racism, like you.
Yeah.
How do you keep your personal feelings separate from a story that you're writing about?
I don't. I find ways to manifest them in there without necessarily like being in someone's face. That can be by what you choose to lead with, an anecdote or nuanced thing that happens while you're reporting that otherwise you might not include, but that really illustrates like this point that you were impacted by personally. And again, this is my subjective opinion. Many people do find ways of keeping their personal out of it. I would be lying to you if I said that I did. I have in the past, and to answer some of your, because there was a lot in there, going out into the field, I guess you were asking, and like, how do you go from here?
Yeah, like once you, like, because I mean, it's very insane to think like that I applied in Canada and now I'm here in New York City at Columbia.
What's so insane about that?
I don't know, I just think it's so...
It's like 2016, like there are trains and the internet.
Even then, but then like then the next step is then after Columbia, then applying to work for Al
I see what you're
Jazeera.
saying.
Yeah, it's just like crazy things that you see on TV and you think like, it's like at the Grammys when they say like I'm here.
Yeah. I've never thought I would ever have a TV show, I would ever be in front of the camera. I never thought I would work for Vice. I didn't know what Vice was, even though it's been around for however many decades, 20 years. It started as a magazine in Montreal. I think, again, it's like you kind of pursue I mean, it's really important to know what you're passionate about, and it's really important to know what you're not passionate about. And I think it's important to, when you apply for a job and you go to a media company, sure, they're going to pick you amongst however many people are applying, but you're also picking them. You know what I mean? Especially in this day and age. I mean, that may seem like, well, you know, what does he know about that? Like, maybe he just got lucky. No, it's like, sometimes you'll get no job offers, and then sometimes you'll get 3 job offers at once, and you'll be thinking, well, shit, like, they all sound great. What do I do? So I think it's about, you know, being true to who you are, trusting your passion, not suppressing it, as you're saying. It's like, you know, how do you keep your personal out of it? I don't, you know, really. And obviously when I was at the New York Times writing headlines and doing slideshows, I wasn't like injecting my personal opinion in there. But that was all part of the learning process, that maybe that format wasn't for me. So, you know, trust your gut. And as to Vice, do you ask just what it's, I mean...
Yeah, I had to like get into Vice and things.
Yeah. Nepotism. Do you know anyone who works? No, I'm kidding. You know, I think the way it all happened, like I'm doing long form now, and my entire life, anyone who knows me, like even before I went into Columbia, I was addicted to the news. Like, addicted. Like, read it. I needed to know last minute, like, what? Like, Azerbaijan and Armenia are having a war? Oh my God, the war's over. And my friends were always like, okay, man, cool. You know? But that translated eventually at the beginning of my career into like having jobs where I was in breaking news. You know, at the New York Times, I was in breaking news. Al Jazeera, it was daily news, first as a web journalist, then in the TV show, and it was like the latest, and because it was all about interactivity. And never in my life did I ever think like, now I work on a project for 3, 4, 5 months, and sometimes it doesn't air for another 1 or 2 months, and so from an external validation perspective, you know, which we all need in our lives, but also from a perspective of, you know, what is the real impact I'm having if I'm reporting the Syrian refugee crisis 10 months after everybody knows about the crisis? And then it forces you and teaches you how to find new angles. What can I do with what I realized, what I witnessed, what I reported that other people haven't done? And so again, that's why I said earlier, it's important to like consume media as much as it is to produce it, and knowing what's out there. And I think the reason I'm at Vice is partly because there aren't many companies that are willing to send you all around the world to cover stories and to really immerse yourself in them. And I've learned so much. I've been so fortunate in just a year to travel to like 30 countries or however many countries and report on things I never thought I would. But I think deep down I knew all along, and I think there's like actual evidence of this, that I was really, really fascinated as a consumer with documentaries. I love documentaries, long form, even longer than the ones for Vice. So, you know, again, it's like it took me that entire journey to realize that now where I am is probably where I should be and where I always wanted to get to, which is like to take the time to tell stories of depth. You know, whereas when I was at HuffPost or Al Jazeera, you know, there was a lot of fanfare and you know, maybe one video we did would get like 2 million views or however many million views, but then it's like, it's me sitting in a studio like, you know, looking at a camera doing what that video I showed you about aggregation, you know, basically reporting, secondary reporting. Anyway, so I learned through that process.
Okay,
sorry, I got sidetracked. Good. Maybe we can quickly answer these 3 and then we'll be done. Is that okay? Okay, great.
So you mentioned that you've been at a lot of publications in the last 10 years, and you were at Huffington Post and now you're at Vice. And one of the big trends in digital media has been the unionization of these companies. Do you think that collective bargaining might lead to more stable careers in digital media going forward? Fantastic question. I do believe that. That said, with collective bargaining, in my experience, just as a sideliner more than anything, comes a whole host of other problems and issues within a workplace that you might not realize you would have had you not gone that route. I think what happened with Gawker is pretty interesting in terms of setting a precedent, and I think you're going to see a lot of other companies follow suit. Potentially Vice again in other forms, more collectively. But to answer your question, you said, does that mean that there's going to be more job security? Yeah.
not super qualified to answer your question, but my perception is that that may not be true. And the only reason I say that is because the business is changing so quickly that even if you can bargain collectively and if you can unionize or what have you, I just wonder if there won't be like another way legally. Like I'm not a legal scholar, but like to find ways to do what media companies do, which is like defer to turnover and the bottom line. That said, yeah, I mean I'm an advocate for it. Why not? But I don't know if it will in fact.
Are you in the Vice Union?
No.
This question is from Harry Chen. He is watching via live stream from China.
Oh, amazing. Oh, wait, I know Harry.
Do you really?
Yeah, from the stream, I think. Well, you can't ask him, but anyway, I'll ask him later.
I'll ask him later. How would you advise a student from a vastly different cultural background to cleverly pitch for U.S. employers?
Great question. Well, start with that you're from a vastly different background, which is actually not a bad thing. For U.S. employers, I mean, that question is probably a euphemism because there's a bigger issue, which is your background. It's your visa status. But that aside, because I think after here you have at least a certain time to work, your language, your skill set, emphasize the things that you think give you a competitive edge. And again, this really does all come back to knowing what makes you tick and knowing what makes you good and what differentiates you. I mean, I remember when I was at the New York Times, I would be working on the news site, on the paper on the 9th floor, and I'd get a frantic message, can you come down to the 3rd floor? We need you, from the foreign desk. And I wasn't working on the foreign desk, but I always, wanted to work on the foreign desk. And I think I lied and told people I was working on the foreign desk. Because eventually I did work on the foreign desk, meaning they would have tapes that would come in from Iraq, and they'd need me to translate those tapes. And it wasn't the funnest job, and my Iraqi Arabic isn't as good as my other dialects of Arabic, but I did it. And I did it because I had said and recognized, like at the time, that was a pretty rare skill to have in the newsroom, otherwise they wouldn't be asking me. And granted, it worked against me in some ways, because my boss then started getting frustrated because I was good enough at it that they kept having me do it. And so she created internal problems where she was like, why do you keep taking him away? Like, we need him to write headlines. So yeah, I don't know if that's a helpful answer, but just be self-aware and honest. And diversity is always good in the workplace. And people, if you're at a place where that's worth it, I think they'll realize that on their own.
Hello. So part of the experience I think that you have is really awesome because your career path is actually a move from traditional media to new media. So my question is, how has the strategies for retaining an audience changed?
How is the, say it again, strategy?
Strategies for retaining an audience changed with the move to traditional media to new media, and what kind of skill sets are required in this new era or something?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, again, it sounds obvious, but the biggest challenge for retaining an audience in this day and age is attention span. I've seen some of you twiddle around with your iPhones and tablets, and I do that all the time when I'm at conferences and when people are talking. And when you're consuming content, whether passively, it used to be in traditional media, especially I'm talking video now, it used to be a very passive experience, right? You would sit and consume the content, and then you could react to it with your friends or whatnot. Now we live in a time where habitually and through behaviors, we've just, it's like you're watching something, there's a fact that, surprises you on TV, let's say, and you're like, rather than consume the rest of it and think about it, you're like on Google, talking to your roommate, like chatting with your ex-boyfriend, or girlfriend, being like, listen, like this, I just heard this, like it's not true, Congress, what? And so it's like, then you're distracted from the content. I know that seems a bit like basic, but it's true. I mean, that's the biggest issue. Even on the web, like even with a 3-minute video, why do you think all these companies now are coming out trying to create 2-minute videos or 1.5-minute videos that are super compelling, that have all the context in there, and that are up to date? And it's because of this pressure that they feel to tell their stories in a very short amount of time. I feel like you have a follow-up.
No.
Oh, okay. And then the last thing I'll say is, in terms of how it's evolved, I think you're starting to see a lot of companies look to a multi-pronged strategy. So rather than trying to bring audiences to them, they're going to where audiences are. One thing I'll say anecdotally, how many of you are familiar with AJ Plus? So AJ Plus really revolutionized, in some ways through coincidence and good fate and fortune and whatnot, but they really revolutionized the idea of how you create content and what type of content you create based on what platform that content's going to live on and what the user behavior is on that platform. So now we're all accustomed to seeing on Facebook those videos where there's text and there's either audio on or audio off, but of course it's autoplay. And I think that in some ways shows you that like even companies like CNN and other companies which traditionally obviously have like a 1-hour program or a 30-minute program with multiple talking heads, they're also now creating this content because they're realizing, for better or worse, love it or hate it, like in 2 hours you're going to get 16 million views on this little CNN video that took a lot less resources than it did to have like, you know, Brian Stelter's program on, in terms of like the impact and the audience you reach. So I think the strategy is being increasingly dictated by consumer behavior, whereas it took a long time to get to this point. In the past it was like, who cares what they want? We'll give them what we want, you know what I mean?
Thank you.
And I think we're done. It's okay, I won't ask you to applaud again. Thank you, thanks very much.
Ahmed, thank you very, very much. We are going to move on to the next part of the program. Melanie Huff, our Associate Dean for Student Affairs, is going to be speaking with you somewhat more briefly than we had originally planned. She is also, I've asked her to talk a little bit more about housing than she normally does, so that if there were any other unanswered housing questions, you'll be able to ask Melanie about that. Melanie.
Okay, I'm short. I can barely see over this podium. In any case, welcome, good morning. We're happy to see you here. I'm here to just give you a little bit of the student life overview. Basically, my office is responsible for registration and for the student affinity groups and for all the things in your life where there are university services. We sort of create a bridge between those. Among those would be the health services and the housing office and the university's registrar's office and so on and so forth. For all of those functions, they sort of flow through my office. So it's a terrific school. It's very demanding. It's really demanding. It's also a short program. And it's also a very small program. We're the smallest division on campus. Classes of 14 to 16 are pretty much the normal amount, and you frequently will have at least 2 professors assigned to those classes. So you get a lot of one-on-one feedback, a lot of interaction. It is not a school where people like us that you're hearing from today, you hear from us today and then you don't see us again until graduation. You will be interacting with us. You will be working with us. You will be interacting constantly with your professors. A lot of the learning, as Ahmed mentioned, happens outside of the classroom. A lot of it happens when you are in the field and the source goes missing, or the source says something that you completely weren't expecting, or you can't figure out how to get the right shot, and you are interacting with your professors in real time while you're out reporting. That's when a lot of the learning takes place. And it's really important that you think in terms of that kind of a relationship with the school and with the faculty. Because it is not the case as in a more traditional school where you sit in class, you take some notes, and then you go home and you do your homework and then you show up at the next class. It doesn't really work that way. You're sort of always involved, always engaged, always out reporting. You'll be juggling multiple projects at a time, which makes it very dynamic. It can also prove problematic on occasions because, of course, you have lives. You know, meaning you have things going on at home, you have families, you have your health, you have all these other things. And it's really, you know, a big portion of what my office does is to help you work around those things and help you get services for support of those things, and just basically needs to know what's going on with you. So it's a very interactive kind of existence here. There's no way to get lost here. You're always, you know, everybody always knows where you are, what you're doing. The standard is like a job. You call in. You don't just not show up for class. You have to call in. You have to tell us what's going on, this sort of thing. So that's just to give you a sort of the culture of the school is that it's very hands-on and very interactive. We have a lot of student affinity groups, and those are sort of run through my office. And these are basically student chapters of national organizations, National Association of Black Journalists, Hispanic Journalists, Asian Journalists, South Asian Journalists, National Gay and Lesbian Journalists Association, Arab and Middle Eastern Journalists Association, Women in Media, and so on and so forth. So we have a lot of those kind of groups that are very active at the school. And we'll go through a whole process for getting people signed up and involved with those. So, two things that came out. What was the question about classes? So, you have to be honest, there's no way you can take every class at the school. There's no way we can guarantee that you're going to get into every one of your first choices. It's just not, there's just no way that it's possible. We work very hard and spend a lot of time working to maximize your potential to get into the things that you want, to study the things that you want. And you know what this means is that we actually take a lot of things off of the main. How many of you have degrees from Columbia, other degrees from Columbia? Okay, not too many. How many of you at your undergrad institutions went online and self-registered for your classes? Okay, I thought so. You won't be doing that here. And the reason you won't be doing that here is because the way that system works pretty much ends up with unhappy students about what they get into. So we actually run things, you know, it's more labor intensive but has a better result for you when we keep that all internal and we do it via a lottery system rather than a first come first served, because you could get locked out after 13 seconds. So we don't do it that way. We handle everything in-house. So we're really trying to maximize it, but you should not be making this decision on, I want to take this class, and if the only reason I'm coming to the school is to take a particular class, then we can't guarantee it, and that's not the right reason to come to this school. I can tell you I've had, you know, countless times when people have gotten into a class other than their first choice and have come back later and said, oh my God, that was the most amazing experience. I think most of our classes will fall into that category. And I can't imagine that you're not going to be able to get your hands on the skills that you want one way or the other. We hear you. We spend a lot of time talking to you and hearing you and interacting with you. So that's a really important thing to be aware of. But I cannot guarantee you all first choices. Just, that's not an option. Housing. How many of you are freaked out about housing? Okay. Here's the deal. I've been here a really long time, and you will get housing. In fact, Ahmed got housing. So everybody will find a place to live. It is a labor-intensive process. The way it works at the university is that housing is controlled by the university, not by the individual schools. The university tells us how many spots we're going to get. Generally, I have around when you take into account all of the different programs, I've got around 300 students. I get around 90 beds, right? So that's the ratio. So how do we make the decision about who gets those? Strictly on distance from campus, right? So if you are an international student, and the definition for international student is both living abroad and having a foreign passport, a non-American passport. Okay, so you have to need a visa to be here and be living overseas. and the distance from campus is what we're looking into. The reason for that is that because if you need a visa to come here, the visa doesn't kick in until right before you need to be here. So your ability to come here and apartment hunt is severely impacted because you can't come to the country yet. So that's thing one. Thing two, the further away that you are, the less likelihood you're going to be familiar with apartment hunting strategies in the U.S. So it seems only fair to prioritize those students, and that is how we run the system. Which means that all of you who are from the U.S. and Canada are going to need to find an apartment. There are a lot of resources available to you. We shared some of those in the letter. They're on the website. It is doable. We also encourage you to network with each other on the Facebook page. How many of you have joined the Class of 17 Facebook page? Okay. If you haven't, join it, because students do a lot of, I found an apartment and I need 2 roommates, call me. Right? There's a lot of that. So people who are coming from New Jersey or who are more local, will often find places and then advertise them to bring in other people from elsewhere. So that's a really great resource. There's something called the Off-Campus Housing Registry. Once you have signed up to come, so you've given us your enrollment fee and said, I'm coming, you will have access to the Off-Campus Housing Registry. I can promise you that because I did my undergrad and graduate work here, every single one of the apartments that I have lived in, except for the last 2 in my entire life, came through the Off-Campus Housing Registry. There are a lot of people around this area who only list their available rooms and apartments through that service. They want students. They want students because the enrollment in the university is a statement about you as smart, capable people, and that's who they want to rent to. So the Off-Campus Housing Registry is really a very good resource. There are also a number of other apartment hunting sites that we make available to you. So that's something to keep in mind. It will happen. It is a unique experience. They say that once you've found an apartment in New York, you have earned the right to call yourself a New Yorker. So if that's something that's important to you, you're going to get to do it. Evelyn Corchado, who is our housing liaison, will be available this afternoon for office hours for those of you who have specific questions you want to ask her. I can also tell you, and I should tell you, if you have a specific disability that you feel that necessitates your being on campus or very close to campus, you should really reach out to the Office of Disability Services and have that certified, because they will make accommodations if you have a health reason that really dictates that you should be on campus. I can quickly take 1 or 2 questions. No questions? Yes.
Hi, I live in Brooklyn now, and I'm wondering if you can speak to the number of students. I'm sorry. That's right. It's okay. Got myself stuck. Thank you so much. Hi, I'm going to repeat that. I live in Brooklyn now, and I'm wondering if you can speak to the number of students who commute, whether that's something that's feasible, whether I should look for housing here. I appreciate any insight.
I don't know how many students are commuting. I don't run a list and look at all the addresses. I think it's, in an ideal scenario, you would be as close as possible to the campus. That said, if you have a, wonderful living situation in Brooklyn, I'm not sure I would give that up. I would say reach out to me and let me put you in touch with some current students, because I don't really want to speak to that. Because I wouldn't want you to give up, a really great apartment on the one hand. On the other hand, it's a lot of travel, a lot of travel. So, but it also depends on things like how much time you plan to spend in the building. People who are relying heavily on the editing software and want to be here hours and hours and hours, it's a bigger deal than people who are doing all their reporting far away and then working on their computer at home. So there's a lot of variables in the answer.
Thank you.
So on the off chance that we do get housing at school, about how much does that cost?
No idea.
No idea, okay.
The reason I say that is because they have a full range of prices and types of housing. So when I approve you just to get housing. Then you negotiate with them for a studio, a one-bedroom, a dorm, all those kinds of things which will impact the cost. So it's a full range, but that's not part of what I'm involved in. All our office does is says this person, based on their current location, is approved for a spot. The rest of it, you work with the housing office.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, I know we talked about not being able to get into certain classes, so I'm wondering if I have an interest in video, but I'm not able to get into the class, can I still rent out the equipment from the school and use that to learn on my own?
Okay, so here's the thing. Video in particular is one of those things that we make our decisions around the demand. So you will be asked, so frequently during your enrollment, I will be asking for people to express an interest in something so we can create classes based on demand. So in terms of video in particular, while we will never make a hard and fast promise, the likelihood that you're going to be able to get video is very high, because we really do work very hard to make sure that in particular, if that's something you want, that you're going to get your hands on.
Thank you, I'll hold you to that.
Could you just give us a quick read on like a reasonable rent in the Morningside area, kind of the range and kind of the average that you're seeing right now?
I don't see those amounts. I can tell you that one-bedroom apartments that are not, a share of whatnot, I'm guessing in the $3,000 range or higher for a one-bedroom apartment around here. I would say most people are going in for apartments where they have multiple roommates, as opposed to renting a studio or an apartment by themselves. But I am not the expert on the rates. I'm guesstimating this only because I've just recently moved, so I have sort of a sense of what's out there. So that's a guesstimate, but you should really do some research there. I know the New York Times recently did a thing where they projected on a map what you could expect to pay for different types of apartments based on your zip code. So that's one of the resources you could look at to sort of get a feel for that.
For the American and Canadian admitted students who have to work or are planning to work pretty much up until orientation and are unable to come to New York City, say 2 weeks in advance to apartment hunt because they know that they're not going to get housing, are there any specific strategies besides basically signing up for roommates on this Facebook page that the university has set up? Like, I'm personally working at the Globe and Mail basically until the day before school starts, and I don't have an ability to check out an apartment and convince them to let me sign up, even though I'm able to pay the rent that's required. And I feel like, especially for the MA students that are all working currently, that's a unique challenge for housing, because we already know that we're not going to be granted it by the university.
And it is indeed a challenge. I don't have an easy answer for that. I honestly don't. You will have to, you may have to make a weekend trip. You may have to take a day off from work. You may have to rely on friends who are in the city. I honestly don't have an easy answer for it. It is a challenge. It's definitely a challenge. You can ask, Ms. Corchado later this afternoon for additional advice. And there are websites and whatnot. And, the apartment people in this neighborhood are pretty accustomed to this kind of situation. So, you may have to take an apartment that you've not yet seen. These are some of the just blunt facts about the reality.
Thank you.
Howdy. You've mentioned, and a lot of people have mentioned, that the program is very intense, very challenging. Is it how common is it / is it advisable for students to work either part or full-time while in the program? And follow-up question, if not, do you have any recommendations on how not to starve to death? Thank you.
Okay, it is categorically impossible to have a full-time job as a full-time student. Categorically, absolutely impossible, not happening. If you're a full-time student, you will not have a full-time job. Part-time jobs are tricky, and we typically don't recommend it. Largely, you know, if you're going to have a part-time job, it's going to need to be weekends only, and it's going to need to probably be evenings only, and it's going to be need to be a job where, you know, preferably they're flexible about your hours. Largely because there's sort of an on-call nature to this program. So a professor can say, you know what, there's an event that's on Thursday night. Your class doesn't meet on Thursday night, but it's the ideal event for some reason, and you need to go cover it. Not having that flexibility is going to be something of a problem. So it's not impossible, but it is a tricky thing to do. The other thing that makes it difficult, I don't know how many of you were at the session yesterday about the way the curriculum works, but in particular for the MS curriculum, it changes a lot. August is its own thing. Then you have the first 7 weeks of the fall semester where you have a certain schedule, and then it all changes. And then the last 7 weeks of the semester, you have a totally different schedule. So set hours for a part-time job is going to be difficult. As far as not starving, I think you need to do some really realistic planning, and our financial aid people will talk to you about how much money you have, how much money you need, and what is realistic.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? I think this looks like a. Oh, I have one more. Okay, one more.
How many students will you be admitting this year?
How many students? Okay. Well, there's a
In the
difference in
MS
admitting and who are coming.
How many are you estimating?
I'm not, how many are, I don't know. 220 full-time MS students. I believe it's 53 full-time MA students, and it'll be around 32 part-time MS. And 6 dual degree with computer science.
Thank you.
Okay, so you can always email me with additional questions. I'm at mgh2@columbia.edu. Happy to hear from you at all times, and we hope to see you in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie. Melanie has all the answers. Next, well, actually, first, what I'd like to do is just touch on the question of apartment rents. And you can check also with Taryn and with Edwin about that during the financial aid session, because we do see a lot of information on that when we have discussions with students about how much financial aid they need. Generally, I would say you can find things, shares, $900, up to, as Melanie said, $3,000. Believe me, if there may be one person in the school paying $3,000 a month rent. That doesn't normally happen. In fact, Taryn is frowning at me right now, so hardly ever, unless they're living in their parents' apartment or something. But in any case, as Melanie said, everybody finds housing. My recommendation, and Karen, we can talk about that, I don't know where you're sitting right now, a little bit further. Do not leave housing until the last minute. Do not come to New York and assume that you'll find a temporary place and then start looking. Please do not do that. Every year there's somebody who does that, and they try, when you're acclimating to a new program, a new city, wanting to spend time with new friends. Apartment hunting is the very last thing that you want to spend time on. Take care of that frustration ahead of time. Get it out of the way so that you can really enjoy the things that you'll be coming here for. One housekeeping thing, lost and found a very nice Syracuse umbrella, which I found under a chair on this side, and I can see that Dean Sotomayor already has his eye on it. Whoever it belongs to, you can check with me during the office hours this afternoon. Okay, next I'd like to introduce Gina Bubian, who is our Associate Director of Career Services. Thank you. And she is going to tell you all the good news about Career Services. Gina, do you want me to switch the laptop here? Okay, great. So, turning over to Gina.
Yes, thanks. Okay, good morning. So congratulations for getting into Columbia. This is a place that transforms people and people's careers. So Melanie, there are a couple of things that were mentioned. I just want to amplify. The Facebook Class of 2017 group, it's really important that everybody joins that for the reasons that she said, but then once the year starts, we ourselves use it a lot to tell people about talks that are happening, you know, starting in 10 minutes, this kind of thing. And also, we hear about jobs and internships all the time, and that's our quickest way to get the news out. So I'm speaking, you know, all the MS students join, but sometimes the MA students don't think it's for them, and it's for you as well. So please join. And to the Globe and Mail person, we have a student going to the Globe and Mail this summer, so you'll probably meet him. Mazen, look for him. Okay, so I came to Columbia after a career as a newspaper reporter and editor, and my colleagues include the Associate Dean of Career Services, Julie Hartenstein, who you'll meet. She was a longtime producer at ABC News, and also Elena Cabral, who is head of the part-time program, who some of you will meet. So you can read our detailed bios on the site. I'm not going to go into it. Next year, we will guide you through your job search, and it's a process that takes all year, and it's extremely hands-on, much more hands-on that you're probably accustomed to, which is a good thing. There will be a number of services that are available to you once you get here, and that it includes sort of the all-important one-on-one consultation with one of us, and this is where we get your whole life story and help you figure out what your own personal narrative is, and we also help you with the bare bone, the nuts and bolts, like how to write a really good resume that is catered specifically to journalism, how to write those cover letters that are catered specifically to the company that you're writing to. And then we've got talks all year long. We bring in employers. You know, it's the media capital of the world, so it's a really busy place. You will not have enough time in the week to go to all the talks that you want to go to on top of your classes and on top of reporting. But we do provide you with tons of workshops and how to skills classes, et cetera. And then in the spring comes the Career Expo, and we're still sort of coming down from the high of that event. It was huge. It was last Saturday, and it was the biggest in the school's history. We had 153 companies attending, and that's including like big companies that had numerous titles within those companies. So it was a lot. We also had only 324 students. So if you do the math, I mean, everybody was really busy. We told the students, don't leave until the bitter end. Interview with as many companies as you can, and all week long they've been coming to us and telling us, wow, I did 14, I did 20 interviews, I was exhausting, but a good exhaustion. It's like when you get to a beautiful city far away and you have that jet lag feeling, but it's a really good feeling. That's how it was by the end of the day for all the students, and for us too, because it was just enormous. It was the biggest career fair that we've ever had, and it was bigger in every way. It was bigger. It grew geographically. We had editors coming from India, Turkey, China, France, UK, all over the United States, and a big contingent from Washington D.C. and some people from Boston and Chicago and Florida. And it grew thematically. There has been a big emergence of these digital-only websites that cater to us, that report on a narrow niche, like the Marshall Project, which reports on criminal justice, and The Intercept, which reports on national security, and Chalkbeat, which reports on education, and Inside Climate News, self-explanatory. And we had a lot of variety in the job openings. We had a lot of companies looking for the first time, or maybe for the second year in a row, but many more of them this year, looking for data scientists and computer scientists who also are journalists. And so Facebook showed up, which was very exciting, being very mysterious about something that they're doing. And then the Trace was here. The Trace covers guns. I don't know if you've seen that site, but they were looking for that rare combination of investigative journalist who is also an amazing computer scientist. It's kind of a difficult, bill to fill, but they're looking for someone to just comb over all the gun registries and or the permit systems all over the country, and it's a lot of work, and so they come here looking for the best. So this is what's been happening this last week at the J School. All these students coming up to our offices saying, this company called me back. I got an email from that company. I got all my thank you notes. Now what do I do? So in the following weeks, we'll hear of offers. We'll hear of freelance assignments, being made. And it'll continue for the next few months. The job fair has really long legs. I mean, there was a recruiter at the expo for Politico, Megan Chan, who was an MA grad from maybe 6 years ago, or 8 or 7 years ago. And Megan herself got. I remember when she got hired by USA Today 8 months after the expo. She had met them at the expo. She had a summer internship at the Wall Street Journal already lined up, and then 8 months later, the USA Today called her and offered her a job, even though at the expo they said not hiring freeze. That happens a lot in journalism. It's very quixotic, and things change fast. So, which is the reason why we would never promise that you will find a job. That's just not the kind of business this is. This is not the law school where law firms line everybody up the preceding August before graduation. It's not like that. This business it's everybody's on deadline, lurching from deadline to the next, and that's how it is with the job market as well. We don't know which companies will collapse on themselves. We don't know which companies will launch and sort of be the next big hot thing. We don't know which companies will launch the perfect Hail Mary pass and reinvent themselves successfully. But we do know is that our students, our alumni, do weather all kinds of whatever's going on in the general economy. Our students do well in the job market, and so that's what you have to look forward to as students, but not just as students, but as people with this degree. This is something that will have legs for you, obviously, for your entire careers. So, like I said, we don't know what's going to happen with the class of 2016. Many of them have already found jobs and internships for the summer, and we'll hear it all, in the next 6, 7, 8 weeks. We don't know what's going to happen, what's going to be going on in the economy a year from now, or I should say, 15 months from now when you're set to graduate. But we do have a lot of data on the class of 2015, which graduated last May. So I will show you some statistics, and then I'm going to put them in context for you, because putting numbers in context is very important, which you'll learn how to do in your reporting here. So as of graduation, 74% of the students in last year's class had plans, meaning, you are all adults. We're talking internships, jobs, freelance gigs by choice, and starting a media company, continuing on for another degree program. That's always several percentage points worth of students. And it was a little bit higher for the MA students last year. It was a little bit lower for the MS students. It was a little lower for the international students, and a little higher for the U.S. green card holders. Now, these figures fluctuate a little bit. For the last few years, they've been fluctuating. So, in 2014, the international students had the edge. We just never know what's going to happen. And remember that this is, even though it seems like a large number, 225 students or 320 students, it's actually not a very big sample statistically. So like 3 people sways the statistics 1%. So that's why these figures kind of sort of dance around the same kind of numbers all the time. It's important that you understand that these figures are gleaned from graduation. Other schools at Columbia take their measure at a different point in the year. And this is important because I don't know if you're, deciding between this school and another school, but you ought to be just interrogating those numbers, because this school takes that figure as of graduation. And then throughout the summer, we hear of job landings and internship landings throughout the summer. And it's funny, we had a student here, we had a grad give a talk. He was an international student from Nepal a couple years ago, and he was on this panel with other international students. And they all turned to each other and they said, hey, remember when we were graduating and we were all so stressed out, we wouldn't find anything? And all of our friends have jobs, not one person doesn't have anything. And this was like, this was like 6 months after graduation, and he was invited back to talk. So that's pretty much what happens. So, like I said, as you evaluate these figures, just understand what our starting point is. And the reason why these figures are as such is because we get 100% reporting from our students when we take this measure. Once you wait after graduation, you don't get 100% reporting. So, so that's why we do it the way we do it. So, I want to show you a really interesting. Oh, good! It shows up nice and brightly on this screen. So this shows you how students sort of dispersed throughout the media. And so the red line, the top line, is the students that got jobs at digital-only companies, and then the purple line are the students that landed jobs in broadcast companies. So the top line, the red line is 32% of the class, the purple line is 28% of the class, the blue line is 24%, and that's people who got newspaper jobs or on the online side at a newspaper. The green line, magazines, that's that second to lowest line there, and that's 12%, and that includes the online staff. And then the line at the bottom is the 5% who went into news wires. And so this is over a 5-year period. Over time, what this tells you is, a pretty clear, rise in digital-only news companies that are giving our students jobs. And it also shows a steady decline in magazine, which is pretty unmistakable. And we feel that this is due to a couple things. The popularity of digital-only sites that do the kind of sort of long-form narrative, voicey kind of journalism that, before students would sort of look only to magazines for those jobs, but now they've got, a lot of other choices to do that kind of magazine-style writing that students like to do. And also it shows the resurgence of broadcast jobs and the value of video and audio journalists across platforms, including mobile. And with regard to that bottom line, wire services, I don't know. The jury's still out on that, because this might be a 1-year blip, that the number of students getting a wire service job. dropped, because we find that the wire services really love our students, especially our international students, because they value language skills and business journalism skills. So what's really interesting about this graph is that regardless of the platform where our students find jobs, the vast majority of the class of 2015 was hired to do text reporting and writing as their job. That's whether they were at CBS or whether they were at the Bergen Record. And that's an interesting thing, and that just goes to the basic strength of the school, which is that you'll learn reporting and writing, and employers know it, and that's why they come here to hire our students. So this pie chart shows that most students, the most likely outcome of J School is an internship, and this is half the class. This always alarms people, but it shouldn't, and I'll explain why. We love internships and fellowships. They often transition. One job always leads to another. But the other reason why we love them is that this is the way for students to make that leap to a big company. We have many students, including MA students, who are coming from several years perhaps at smaller operations, and they want to get hired by the Wall Street Journal or the Washington Post, and the internship is the way to have that happen. And so that's why we're really into internships. They are, for the graduate student, they're job tryouts. And it's not that way if you're an undergrad. If you're an undergrad and you take an internship, the editors know that you have to go back to school, you're just getting some training, but they look at you differently when you're a grad student. And so that's why so many of our students pursue internships and find success there. Hold on a second. Okay, in your handout, you have a list of where students landed from the class of 2015. It's 120-something companies in total, but there's some concentrations, which I would like to just point out. Out of the class of 2015, 7 people went to NBC, 6 people went to Reuters, 6 went to Vice, 5 went to Time Inc., 5 to the Christian Science Monitor, CNN, and the Wall Street Journal, and so on. By the end of the summer, there was a group of students that landed at the New York Times doing editorial type internships and research jobs. And there were 2 students that got jobs at Politico in Brussels. So this is sort of a concentration of all the heavy hitting companies in journalism, and this is very exciting for our students when this happens. So I want to also show you a little bit about LinkedIn. So we use LinkedIn a lot, and I don't know if you used it at all to research Columbia before you decided, but there's a LinkedIn group called Columbia University Graduate School of Journalism, and I'm pretty sure it's public. You can go on there and just click on the student and alumni feature, and this is how you can find people where students are. You can do it for your undergrad, and you can do it, for Columbia. But if you do this, you'll see a huge concentration of our students at some of the big name brands, and this is potentially what you have to look forward to. And when I just did this myself, and I was not including grad students at Columbia who go to the publishing course, which is a summer program that lands people in, the big publishing houses. I wasn't including the Knight Badgetts. I was just sort of counting, people on staff that went to the MS or the MA program. So it's all good stuff. BuzzFeed is an interesting place. We have a lot of people at BuzzFeed, and they have some of the most exciting jobs in journalism. Six of the journalists on the world team are grads of the J School, and I'll just tick off some of the great jobs that our students have at BuzzFeed. Deputy foreign editor in London, national editor, the business editor, the Moscow correspondent, the worldwide LGBT reporter, the human rights, women's global rights reporter based in Africa, the immigration reporter, the criminal justice reporter, the tech reporter, the France editor, the Americas editor. So that's just one company I thought I would pick out. And these numbers are fluctuating a little every month. Okay, our students do really well, and so this is sort of a shout out to internships, because we had a student, Nick Nehamas, who took an internship at the Miami Herald. He's the class of 2014, and he was a Stabile student. And he really wanted to go to the Miami Herald because he really liked the idea of a real, spotlight-style newsroom. And so he went down there, and he's from Boston. No, he's from Bethesda. But he went to school in Boston. He just fell in love with Miami. And here he is, less than 2 years later, he was like the lead reporter on the Miami Herald's Panama Papers reporting. And go on their site and start looking at those stories. There are all these stories on all these shell companies and connections to Miami and South Florida money men. It's just fascinating. He's not the only one. The Fusion team was all our grads. It wasn't just Alice Brennan, but behind the scenes it was Adam Weinstein, another grad, and Natasha Del Toro, one of the MA grads from a few years ago, and a couple other people. So it was just incredible that our students were at the center of this, basically this bombshell that's been dropped, in newsrooms all over the world. Going back, to yesterday, so Terry McCoy is an MA Politics grad from 2013, and yesterday he was awarded the Polk Award a couple months ago, and the ceremony was yesterday, so we picked it up. So Terry I'll tell you Terry's trajectory. He went to the University of Iowa. He worked at all these papers in Iowa, the Alt Weekly, the Daily newspaper, and all that, and then he went to the Peace Corps, and he learned Cambodian. And then he came to the J School, and he studied, politics, and then he went to the, after J School, he went to the Dallas Observer, which is an alt weekly, because he wanted to learn how to write long form, and then he went to the Miami New Times. This is all in a pretty short span of time after journalism school. And then a year and a half after graduation, he got hired at the Washington Post to basically be a blogger on their morning mix. I don't know, it's just, it's like blogging, and he'd been a long form guy, but he took that job because it was the Post. And anyway, he was assigned to do some reporting on the Freddie Gray murder in Baltimore, and he found that he's the reporter that found that Freddie Gray's family had suffered from lead poisoning as a child, and his entire life had been clouded with the damaging effects of lead poisoning, and in addition, his family had been preyed upon by this predatory system in which a company comes in and finds families who have these big settlements from lead poisoning and buys their settlement for pennies on the dollar. It was just tragedy upon tragedy, and he wrote this series, and he won the Polk Award, which is second only to the Pulitzer Prize. It's for younger reporters, and he's just a phenomenal reporter. And this happened because he went to the Post and said, okay, I'll do a blogging job, because they told him, stick with us, we'll make you a reporter. And so that was Terry's success. Going back a few months, our students were all over the terrorist attacks in France in November. And it was incredible to see. We had students at BuzzFeed, Al Jazeera, Vice, Reuters, the New York Times, the BBC, and Politico, who were covering that story. So I thought this would also be helpful for those of you who are trying to picture what's going to happen to me personally. Actually we don't know what's going to happen, but there's the school collects a lot of different types of people. There's a bunch of you who are coming straight from undergrad, and there are those of you who are career changers, and there are those of you who have been working as journalists for a bit, and you have come here to up your skills or refocus the direction that your career has taken. And so I thought it would be helpful to just to show you some sample trajectories. And I really, this is random, I'm not cherry picking at all. I mean, I used the terrorist attacks in France to sort of look at what happened to those students. And Cecile was is now the editor-in-chief of BuzzFeed France, and that's how she was sort of involved in that story. But she started as an intern at Le Monde before grad school, and then she came here, and then she went to Slate, and then she was hired at BuzzFeed. And by the way, it was like another Columbia grad hiring her out there. Then Anoop Kafle, who is, went to Tusculum College in Tennessee, and he was from Nepal. He came to Columbia. He became the web intern at The Atlantic, and then he went to the Washington Post, and he's now the deputy foreign editor in BuzzFeed based in London. Louise was a video reporter in France. She came here, then she did the multimedia internship with the AP in the Paris bureau, and now she's a full-time reporter at ABC News based in Europe. A career changer named Vicky, she was a high school teacher at Fieldston, which is up in Riverdale, and she came here part-time as a part-time student, and then she got a job as a researcher at PBS, and now she's the education editor at PBS. She, way back when she was a much younger person, she wanted to be a journalist, and she just sort of like got caught up as a teacher, and it sort of, one year led to another, and pretty soon she'd been a teacher for 15 years, and she decided to come to J School and get back to her original passion. And then Alexandra Neeson was a Teach for America fellow in Hawaii at a town where there's a naval base, and then she came here, and then she became an education fellow, and now she's at the Hechinger Institute. And then these are fresh out of undergrad students who also had found success. Ellen Pratt was at the Johns Hopkins newspaper editor-in-chief. We get a lot of editors-in-chief at this school, and I'm sure some of you are, or managing editors, or you had been involved in your student newspaper. Editors love to meet other students who also worked at their college newspaper. And anyway, she's now at The Guardian. Simon Bouvier did Sciences Po, and then Columbia, and then Inside News, and then La Stampa, because he had dual citizenship. And Melina Cirillo is at the Christian Science Monitor as a cybersecurity reporting intern. So that's a snapshot of what is in store for some of you, for all of you. Again, there's no promises, but this is, like I said, this is a school that absolutely transforms people. And you'll make lifelong friends, which I'm sure you've heard. You can't quite grasp it. It's the result of being in this really intense situation, and we see students help each other throughout their lives, and we see the alumni network also help each other throughout their careers. So if anybody has any questions, I'm sure you do, about anything having to do with jobs, I can take some questions, even though we're running a little over.
Hi, Gina. I have some
Yes.
questions from the live stream.
Okay.
Are broadcast journalism students that graduate mainly going to national news or local news outlets?
Well, so both. I mean, if students want to stay in New York, then it's going to be a national network, but they're not going to be on-air reporters. They're going to be doing behind-the-scenes, production and that kind of thing. There are students who get on-air reporting jobs, but to do that, you need to leave town, and that's usually a great move if you want to be on, if you want to eventually find yourself working for, being the next, Peter Jennings or whatever. You've got to start small and go to these smaller markets. So we do see students do that and have really successful starts.
Mm-hmm. This is from Bellin. Does Career Services help international students with their optional practical training paperwork to get that extra year to work stateside?
That happens automatically for you. It's not anything that we have to twist anybody's arm about. International students apply for their OPT. We do bring in an expert from the ISSO office at Columbia, and they teach students how to do that. And Melanie Huff also helps students do that. So there is a huge office at Columbia that deals with this. It's a very international university.
Okay, and last one here. Is it more common these days to have employers declining to hire internationals for internships or part-time jobs as part of their corporate policies because of sponsorship complications?
It's not more, it's the same, which is to say it's hard for international students to find sponsorship here. It always has been. If anything, as the U.S. economy has improved, it's gotten harder for international students to find a company to sponsor them. There are companies that like to sponsor or are willing to sponsor, like the wire services and some of these new startups that have a lot of angel funding. They're very sort of okay with the idea of sponsoring, but by and large, it's really, really hard. So you should not be, coming here if you think this is the way I'm going to stay here forever. It's not. It's a way for you to get some training and then go back and get like one of the best jobs in journalism in your home country. That's the more typical trajectory is that trajectory.
Hi there. I had a question about that 74% that have plans for after they graduate. How many of those plans are paid work?
Oh my gosh, all of them.
Those are all? Okay.
Oh yeah. No, the unpaid internship is anathema to us, to the school, and to our students. I mean, if a student takes an unpaid internship, and to be perfectly honest, maybe 2 or 3 people elect to do that, but it's of their own volition. They have passed up other situations that are paid in order to work at their dream, publication, because there are some publications out there that don't pay. We don't encourage it. We don't even tell you about them. I mean, we don't want to just. It's not necessary to take an unpaid internship.
That's great to hear.
Yeah.
And I was just hoping you could quickly speak to what Stabile students generally do at post-grad.
They get these same jobs. The Stabile students are learning some really valuable skills. There are now there are other classes too at the journalism school where a student can, if you're not in the Stabile program, for instance, you can still take an investigative skills class, and there are some spring workshops too that are just that are investigative. So if your question is, do the Stabile students do better in the job market, I can't really tell you, but I do know that employers really value those skills. Mm-hmm. They're not going to hire a rookie to be their investigative reporter. That's really unlikely, but they're going to be awfully glad to have you in the newsroom because it just means that you've got like a wide range that you can do.
Thank you.
Can you speak to the median salary post-grad, and if you don't have an exact number, like just a range? It just seems like I've been doing my research, but looking at the general population of journalists isn't necessarily the best barometer for what Columbia grads do.
Okay, so newsflash, journalism isn't abundantly well paid. But that's because the coolest jobs are not well paid. I mean, so I do actually have some information on that. It's a huge range. So we do have students who will take minimum wage jobs, and we do have students that will get a lot more than that. I would say I'm not just guessing. I did look at this information, and now I'm trying to just remember exactly what I saw. But basically, the range seemed to be like in the $30,000 to $50,000 a year range for full-time jobs, and then internships ran that whole gamut from minimum wage, which was the low end, to like 15 to 18 an hour for an internship. And so the typical internship pay, like I said, the half of you are going to get internships, and that's like the likely scenario. And by the way, that is a pattern that has held for years. Even when I was in grad school many years ago, everybody wanted an internship because that was the way to get to a big paper right off the bat. But the salary range for an internship is typically like $500 a week to like $750 a week. The high range, somebody got a job that was $80K, or not actually $90K, and that was to be sort of a section editor of a vertical at a website. And then the low was low. The low was minimum wage, except that person went from that internship to an on-air reporting job at a station in South Carolina, which was her dream, and she wouldn't have gotten that job if she hadn't worked for CNN first.
Thank you.
Hi. Speaking of big paper internships, I know a lot of the big papers like the New York Times, their deadlines come up pretty quickly.
Yes.
October usually.
Yes.
Are full-time MS students prepared to apply for those internships come October, or is there other paths to that you recommend?
Okay, yes, all the internship deadlines of all the big papers are in the fall, which is why we are all over you like a wet blanket in the fall to come and meet with us. Now, the reality is that the most competitive students for those big city internships are people who've had some experience before. It's difficult to be like the students fresh out of undergrad getting that job unless you have had the perfect, unless you didn't squander a single summer, you know, and kept your eye on the ball, journalism, every single summer. But most students don't do that. So we do have, we train you for, you do apply for a lot of these jobs, and you find, you know, you will find success. Those of you who have less experience, you're gonna be applying all year long to opportunities, and you're starting, you know, everybody starts at a different level. What I can say confidently is the career trajectory after Columbia is inexorably up, even if it's, you know, even if you're starting at a different level from somebody who's already, for instance, already worked as at the LA Times, for instance.
My question is, besides the Career Expo, you know, do you have any other ways through which like you help students connect with the alumni, and you know, what are the other ways like the career service can help?
So I'm not sure I understand your question. You're asking, do we help you connect you with alumni?
Yeah.
Well, yes. I mean, you know, the alumni are something that you get when you get into Columbia. You get the alumni, and a lot of them will make themselves available. You know, like I said, you have LinkedIn. We tell students to use LinkedIn a lot, and that's how they connect with alumni. Alumni come to the school all year long to talk about their careers, to talk about their companies. So it's a very, you know, if you wanted to, you could go to something career related like twice a week all year long, and meet alumni.
Thank you.
I have a question specific to teaching after graduating from Columbia. Do you have could you talk about how many students right off the bat are able to do that part-time or full-time at, like, say, community colleges?
You know, it's not the most common trajectory. Every so often we hear about that for an MS student getting that kind of job. It's really unlikely here in New York, where you've got all these accomplished journalists who are going to be the more likely suspects for teaching jobs. Plus, we have a PhD program, and those students will. Are you considering the PhD program or just the MS program?
Just the MS.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know. I don't really have a handle on the teaching situation. I just know that it's really very uncommon for our students to get teaching gigs right out of J school.
Thank you.
Welcome. Okay. Thanks so much. See you in September.
No, you're good. Let's go. I don't care. I'm exhausted already.
Just a quick comment on that last question about MS students who find teaching gigs. It's generally after you've gotten the experience. And so what I find when I go out recruiting is that when I go to Oregon, I find people teaching in the journalism program at Oregon or at Cal State Northridge or at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, basically all over the United States and really all over the world as well. But it's usually the degree along with your experience as a journalist that is going to get you those jobs. And what I'd like to do now is introduce you to 3 of our alums who were once sitting in your seats. And I'm going to have them actually each introduce themselves. They're going to tell you a little bit about what they're doing now, what brought them originally to Columbia, just a little bit of biographical information, and then they're going to open things up for questions. Okay.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Miloš Balic. I'm a video producer at the Huffington Post. I graduated from Columbia in 2012 from the MS full-time program, and I came here straight after I graduated from college. That's me.
Good morning. My name is Casey Finey. Before Columbia, I was working at a really shitty web company, and I was at a point in my career where I wanted to specialize in something because I had been working as a journalist for 4 years. And so I applied to the MA program, and I did the arts and culture concentration, graduated in 2013. Day after graduation, I started working at Good Morning America as a social media producer. I was pulling out my hair because I had to wake up at 4 a.m. every day. But I won an Emmy, so there you go. And then, I know, it's like the one thing that made it worth it. But then now I'm an associate editor for Fast Company, where I cover pop culture, so.
Hi, everyone. My name is Monica Drake. I'm the travel editor at the New York Times. I did the MS program in 1999, part-time. What brought me to Columbia is that I was working at a publishing company as an editorial assistant. It was actually a subsidiary of Thomson, which is now Thomson Reuters. And I sort of couldn't decide what to do with my life. I thought I might want to do law, I might want to do journalism. And I actually took a course over the summer at Columbia, and the choice was easy. But I didn't know how to start being a journalist. I didn't have the tools, and being an editorial assistant at a publishing company, you don't really get to learn a lot about storytelling, especially not at a nonfiction place, which is where I worked. So I kind of came here sort of bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and eager to soak up everything. And then pretty early on, I thought my life's ambition would be to become a reporter. And pretty early on, I realized I didn't really like deadlines. I didn't really like interviewing people, especially when they didn't want to talk to me. And so I took an editing course here, and the professor, Nancy Sharkey, worked at the New York Times. And she said to me, probably within a couple weeks of starting that class, hey, you might want to be an editor because you're really good at this. And that's why I went to the New York Times. I started right after graduation. I got an internship and then have been there since.
Thank you. Maybe you could also each talk a little bit about, because I know there have been questions from the audience here about high points and low points that you found in your time at the journalism school. And as Ahmed said a little bit earlier, there are definitely always high points and low points, regardless of what you're doing in your life. Miloš, could you talk a little bit about that?
To be honest, I don't really, at this point, 4 years out, remember too many low points. Those things kind of go away. You all saw Ahmed speak. I actually met him here. He's not one of my very good friends, but I met him at the career fair where he was recruiting for the Huffington Post. And it was thanks to him and thanks to the career fair that I actually got my job. So that was definitely a high point. But on a personal level, the parts I remember most is that I made really incredible friends during my year here. This summer, I'm going to one of my good friends' weddings in Italy. 2 summers ago, same group of friends went to another friend's wedding in Lebanon. So now I have this group of friends all around the world who are all doing amazing things in different aspects of journalism, reporters, on-air hosts, producers, writers. So I thought a lot of it was a high point.
There are low points. High first. One thing that I really loved about the program, it was the seminar classes. Like they were, like I said, I did arts and culture, and there were about, I think, 12 or 13 people in my class with me, and it was some of the most intense and enlightening conversations because you have just a group of people who are equally as passionate, whether they're, they dislike something or like it, and just like the conversations that we had are some of like the best that I can remember. And also, in the MA program, you can take electives, and some of the electives I took were just like mind-blowing. And so I think for me, it was like the seminar, like the classes, just because, you know, you're with a different caliber of people, you know, like just kind of comparing it to like undergrad, where people are just kind of like, oh, I don't really know what I want to do. Like in the MA program specifically, you're with journalists who have experience. And so we're all in that room together, like sharing our experiences and sharing our points of view of things. So I think that it was definitely the classes. Low points. I think one of the things with the program is that it's kind of a blessing and a curse. Is it's very condensed. Like like the MA program was only like 9 months, and it could have easily stretched into 2 years, because oftentimes like you just kind of feel like there's just so much being thrown against the wall that you don't think everything sticks. So it can kind of just be this. I mean, it's not an issue of keeping up. It's just an issue of like you're just moving at this like breakneck pace, and you just kind of want to like actually take time to absorb the material. So I think it can kind of seem like there's a lot to cram in those 9 months, but you just have to like make the most of your time. So it's kind of a low point, but not really.
I would say some of the high points I didn't realize I was having until I left the journalism school. I think both of you mentioned the sort of community and the experience that you have in class. You know, that is sort of the start of a relationship that I've had with journalists for my entire career. So I also have lifelong friends and mentors and people I turn to when I don't quite know what to do with a story even, or maybe want to get, you know, learn more about something that they're covering. A lot of my coworkers went to the journalism school, and it's been kind of fun having almost little mini reunions as they join the staff. And so yeah, I would say, you know, the highest point is just even now sometimes recently I had a discussion with a publisher about a story we were running, and we're in a conversation. I just had a sort of epiphany, and it was a memory from a lesson that I learned from law class at Columbia. You know, so these lessons sort of remain with you. The way that you think about journalism, it just remains with you. And I think that maybe you don't realize that when you're sort of rushing around trying to get to class and feeling slightly overwhelmed. I would say a low point, probably, I don't know, I don't remember anything horrible happening. Yeah, I just remember not really having much of a life until I finished, so maybe that was a low point. You know, I did have a job, so part-time, very, just a few hours a week. It wasn't a full-time job, but I do remember the week after graduation and just sitting in my apartment and just thinking, oh my gosh, I don't have anything to do right now. Like, I'm not supposed to be actually rushing around and going anywhere. And I didn't even know how to decide to, spend my free time. So, but again, I mean, that sort of the intensity of the program really, forges ties that you're gonna have with this place and with the people here.
One of the things we haven't talked a whole lot about is the master's project. Maybe each of you could say a few words about what your project was and how you arrived at that project and what you've done with it since then.
My master's project was extremely random. I did a project about urban farming, just a print piece, that I arrived at, I don't know, I hadn't done any food reporting before, and I just thought, with the master's, why not do something totally different? Not sure that's the best idea with the biggest project of the year, but no, it ended up being cool, and my advisor, Karen Stabiner, is a food journalist, so she really was a great source of guidance on that project. I got great feedback on that project, but for personal reasons, I was too embarrassed to try and do anything with it. But I had a lot of friends who were able to successfully have their master's projects published in plenty of, very cool publications and very well-known publications. So my advice would be to do something I think a lot of people in my year overthought the master's project to a certain degree as being, it has to be the, your life's work while you're here for that year. I took maybe too opposite of the approach, the other end of that approach, thinking, let me do something that I'm not really into. I think there's maybe a happy medium where you can do something that you're really excited about, and you can devote a lot of time and resources from the school itself into putting together a really cool project. That was not a good answer. I'm very sorry.
My project. So I did the lack of racial diversity in classical ballet among women. And
that's a much better project.
Well, dude, you want to know what's really sad is that I got a chance to interview Misty Copeland before she became Misty Copeland, and strangely enough, I can't even get to interview her now, and I'm working for a legit magazine. It's ridiculous. I knew I came to that topic because I knew I wanted to do something on racial and or gender inequality, and I did arts and culture, so I wanted to put that through the prism of arts and culture, and I thought about it, and I also wanted to learn about something that I didn't know about, and because that's one of the main reasons why I decided to become a journalist, because I love diving into different subjects and just kind of becoming a master in a short amount of time. And so I was like, how about ballet? And it was a really incredible experience. I got to my main character was a trainee at the Joffrey in Chicago, and then I had another character in San Francisco, and this sort of woman who's kind of my spirit guide for this whole thing in DC. And it was a really amazing experience reporting, because it's 10,000 words, the MA Master project. I'd never written anything at that length. That's another low point with the Master's project. It's so long. Oh my God. No, the thing is I kind of wish that it would be a little bit shorter, because it makes it easier to sell it when you're done with it, because it's no one's going to publish 10,000 words. And I just looked at it, I was like, I can't turn this into a book. I can't shrink it. So it's just sitting on my computer. But I was really, really proud of it, and maybe I'll do something with it someday. I don't know. I have some amazing quotes from Misty Copeland, and now she's but yeah, it was a really good experience doing that kind of really long form and getting intense edits, and it was nice to have you have a thesis advisor, and there's usually a few of your classmates assigned to the same advisor sometimes, so it was kind of nice to kind of bounce ideas and kind of check in on the progress of other people's thesis, and kind of pull in the way getting feedback on the structure of it and all that stuff. So it's a really, really informative process. It's very grueling, as you can imagine, but it was I think that was one of my favorite parts of the program, getting to work on that.
Well, I didn't get to talk to Misty Copeland. I'm jealous. I did something on sort of the fate of small businesses in Harlem as it was becoming gentrified. So I graduated in 1999. So at that time, Harlem was very different. It didn't have all the big box stores. One of the biggest indoor places to shop was this place called, I think it was called Freddy's Mart. I'm not sure if I got the name right. But there are all these sort of peddlers who were really happy about increased foot traffic, but then fearing for their own fates. I think it was a pretty interesting project for me. I didn't publish it anywhere. I did edit a story 2 years later when the Mart shut down for the Times. But the reason that looking back on it, it was not the most spectacular piece of writing that I've ever done. But I kind of I think the experience is essential, because it's sort of someone goes to you and says, you're going to build a house. And then you start and you have this feeling of totally being overwhelmed, and you're I don't know how to build a house. I don't know how to I don't know what materials are required. I don't know who to go to. So you have the sort of at first very confused feeling this will never happen. And then maybe you manage expectations, build a tiny house, or sort of maybe it's not going to be a mansion. And when you're finally done, it's not the most beautiful house, but now you know how to build a house. All about construction. All about sort of interviewing people and thinking of concepts in a complicated way. So I think that's, why the project was, even though I didn't publish it anywhere, and I probably don't want to look at it because I don't want to think about like what I turned in. But no, I think it made me a journalist, and I do long-form journalism now, so that experience was definitely the first time that I ever tried to do that.
And not to discourage anyone, because like theses, they do get published, I promise. Because like one of my classmates, Luke Malone, he got his published in several formats. It turned into This American Life episode. He got it published, I think, not vocative, but he got it published somewhere, and I think he was nominated for like an ASME award for it. Like he did a lot with his thesis. So it can get published. It's just, sometimes it doesn't always work out that way. So
yeah,
even though we didn't do anything with it, like things can be done with your thesis, trust me.
I would second that. One of my classmates is Andrea Elliott, is an investigative reporter at the Times, and she got hers published, and was won a Pulitzer for her writing, and this was the longest project that she had created. So, and I'm sure it won some wonderful award.
Great. What I'd like to do now is open things up for questions. I know you're a group with a lot of questions, so please come up to the microphone and ask.
Is this on? Okay. Hi. So I know that you mentioned that your project was random, and well, it seems like I think both of you sort of had an idea of what you wanted to write about before going to the school. But I'm wondering if that was so, or if you didn't know what you wanted to do your project on until you were in the school, like 5 weeks in.
Yeah, I actually had another idea before that one, but when I talked to my thesis advisor, he said that he wasn't sure if it was going to stretch to 10,000 words, and so he asked me to find, because like I said, I knew I wanted to do something on like gender and race and equality, and he was just like, maybe we should find something a little bit meatier, and that's when I just kind of like landed on dance. But yeah, so I didn't really have like a full-fledged idea, and I actually started my thesis kind of late. Don't do that. And yeah, so it wasn't fully fleshed. Like I had like fragments of ideas, and then my thesis advisor kind of like worked with me to, get a solid idea. Okay. So.
I didn't know what I was going to write about before I started. Actually, I think I'm pretty sure, if I recall correctly, I did the topic based on a story that I'd done for one of my classes, and I thought that there could be more to it. I think there had been some incident surrounding the mart, so it was like, I think I was covering it sort of as a news event, and I thought, hey, this is a pretty interesting place. And I actually didn't know much about Harlem. I lived in Brooklyn, so yeah, it was a chance for me to get to learn about Harlem and to learn about the kind of transformation of the neighborhood. But yeah, I had no idea. I didn't even think, because also there are businesses, so there are a lot of numbers involved. There was a lot of numbers involved in the story, and that I wasn't going to be a business reporter. So, so that was something that I learned in that project.
And so I'm guessing you came in without.
Yeah, I definitely came in without an idea at all. And then over the course of the first few weeks, it wasn't even for a story. I just happened to meet two guys who were trying to create a startup to kind of redefine what urban farming meant, and they were trying to start this farm on a rooftop in Brooklyn. And it just happened to be that at that moment in time, there were a few things happening like that. There was the Whole Foods was going to open. It wasn't open yet in Gowanus. That was going to have this whole sustainable roof with a farm that, grew the salad that was sold in the store. And I was just like, that's interesting and weird. Let me explore that. Ended up, there's a whole restaurant in the West Village that does exactly that. They grow all their own vegetables on the roof of this little West Village building. So I just kind of ran with that when I had met these guys randomly.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. This is a question that I guess would be directed towards Monica. So you mentioned that you started out interested in reporting, and then you decided you wanted to work more on the editorial side. Now that you've been at the Times for a number of years, what skills would you say you look for in people that are applying for editorial positions versus writing positions?
Well, the entry-level editing job at the Times is still copy editing. So, you know, it sounds not too sexy, but it's just sheer language, just facility with language and grammar, and sort of knowing it cold. Another thing is, it's helpful. The reason that I like, you know, to talk to people who've been to a master's program, particularly Columbia, is that you know, like, kind of how to research things and sort of, so a lot of copy editors end up, you know, calling the reporters and saying, hey, this fact doesn't seem right, you know, based on whatever I've found that's, you know, seems pretty authoritative. Do you want to reframe that? So you really get to work with reporters. But at the base level, you know, you can't call a veteran reporter and say, you know, I looked on, you know, some publicist's website and your story might be wrong. So it's sort of being able to dig, do a little bit of research well is helpful. And just, is that me? Just being able to be a diplomat. So I look for people skills.
Thank you.
Hi, I wanted to ask a question about being people of color in the industry and how it helped both in your reporting while you're in the program and when you were looking for jobs and internships, because I feel like a lot of people of color are often looked to for perspective on their ethnic group or perspective on thinking about diversity in a way that a lot of their counterparts aren't. And how that can help you both in your reporting and reaching sources, and how that can hurt you once you're looking for a job.
Wow, you're going to take that first.
Sure. No, I think that, well, it can hurt you only in the sense is that, in the sense that you can possibly get pigeonholed as being the black person reporting on black things. But oftentimes it's something that honestly, I never really thought about it in terms of, you know, like while I was in the program and even through the career that I had before the, you know, the J school and after the J school, because when it would come to, say, topics like with my thesis or things that, you know, come up on the job I have now, like these are things that I'm genuinely interested in. So it was never a situation like where my editor was just like, oh, I hear there's like a black person doing something, like go and get him, Casey. Like it was never like that. But I do know some people who do feel like they're becoming a little trapped in just doing that. And luckily, I'm at a job like where I don't feel that way at all. Like I have so much flexibility to cover pretty much like anything I want in the realm of pop culture and arts and culture. So it really hasn't been something that I've been hindered by.
I would agree. I mean, I'm trying to think of how it would have affected me in the program. I mean, I think just in general, as a person of color, you're very comfortable with thinking about race in a very critical way and almost a detached way. So that definitely helped me. I mean, I remember one story I was doing in Williamsburg, and it was a phone interview with someone in a housing project, and he just started talking about like all of those people, those horrible black people who are moving in, and I was sort of like, oh, he doesn't know I'm black, so like, you know, what do I do with the rest of this interview? I'm just going to keep typing. This is great. So you know, and I sort of wove it into a story, but even being able to discuss, I felt like it was sort of good that it happened to me, because I felt like I was very comfortable with discussing it in class, discussing it with the professor, and framing it in a way. And so the whole story, I mean, you know, the temptation is to be like, hey, there's this guy who's like raving racist, like it's horrible. But that's actually not what the story was about. So, so things like that, you know, come up, and I feel like it's almost like a benefit to be able to have my perspective. I think at work, I started in the Metro section. You know, I did work in on the culture desk for a while, and then came to travel. And I've worked on such a broad number of things that I have never felt pigeonholed. Maybe if I had started in culture, I might have felt that way. And honestly, you know, diversity is important in a newsroom, not just, because of race, but just class, sort of, religion, background. So I don't mind being the person who has to explain some things, as, just as some people who have a different religious background may have to explain something to me. So I think it's helped me as a journalist.
Thank you. Hi. I know, Monica, you touched on this briefly in your introduction, but I mean, questions open to anyone. For people who are kind of transitioning from one career that's not journalistic into journalism, post-graduation, was it particularly challenging? Did you feel like you were starting completely over, or was it like, I mean, how was it compared to the people who kind of came in straight through or came in from a previous journalistic career?
Well, for me, I mean, there was just a little more pressure because it was like, you tried one thing, like you're not, if this doesn't work out, like what's going to happen next? So I did feel like this is not your last chance, but like you got to make this work. But I think that, are you specifically asking about sort of opportunities after graduation or experience during the program itself?
I'm kind of trying to get at, because I'm like already 10 years into my career and switching to something else. Is it like I've already lost that 10 years?
Oh, right.
Or is it like, that learning curve will be like shortened a little bit and I'll still have like a full.
Well, one thing that I thought was helpful was that you have experience in a work setting, so you bring, that's actually good. So I think that just knowing how to manage yourself in an office, knowing how to like manage your time in a way as a professional is always helpful. I think that when people are looking for, and you guys can speak this too, when people are looking for who they want to hire after graduation, I don't think anyone's like, oh, well, that person used to do something else and I want someone a little greener. I actually think that it helps to have, a little bit of experience doing something different and thinking of things in different ways before you join a news organization. But I don't know if your companies feel the same way.
No, absolutely. I think because I was at the Career Expo last Saturday, and I remember we were getting all these applications because like I work for Fast Company, but our sister magazine is Inc., and they're both kind of business publications, but Inc. is like more like straight-laced business. And there was like all these resumes with like, I was like developer, I was a programmer, I was all this stuff, and like they're at Columbia. So it's kind of like it was, and that's something that like we were actually excited about because these people clearly know the field. And so it's like even if you have some, that it seems random, this background, if you can apply that and you're a great writer or editor, then that's amazing. That's what we want. So I've never thought of there's something as like wasted experience, like ever. And there's no strikes against you if you have like a random resume at all.
I would agree. Both within my newsroom, there's that sort of diversity in terms of people who worked in totally different fields before coming into journalism or before coming over to the Huffington Post. And then I remember very distinctly from Columbia, I had come straight from college, so I didn't have any background, but many of my friends who were a little bit older had already been practicing lawyers. One was even a doctor. And now they're very happy, very successful journalists who haven't looked back, but also work from that base that they had already built.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lilia. I'm sick and I don't have a voice, but I'll try to do this. So I studied broadcast journalism about 10 years ago, and I have worked as a journalist for 10 years. But I feel that I kind of taught myself, and I learned in the process of working with several media organizations. The reason I'm here, it's because I really feel like I was lacking in the basics, in the investigative, in the research, in my writing. I was never kind of trained in the more in-depth part of it. And it's something that I'd like to do now and kind of allow myself to do. But I wonder, you all work for organizations that are changing really fast, where there's, technologies impacting that, where the landscape, it's changing. And now I'm meeting and I'm interviewing and I am working freelancing. I'm going to do the part-time program. I just wonder, especially you guys have finished the program more recently, how much does this prepare you for that changing landscape, for new technologies? You mentioned something about people who already knew programming, and how many of those new skills that you need in a newsroom or in that kind of job, the program kind of sets you up for.
Well, yeah, no, go ahead.
I was going to say, there was even an incident recently, not something big, but I was working with an associate producer and overseeing a project they were doing, and they had no journalistic experience. They got the job straight out of college, and I'm all for people who, start at the bottom and work their way up and learn on the way up. But I think something that I see as a downside of the Huffington Post, and that I think is maybe a broader issue with a lot of these new media companies, is, which you probably don't experience at the New York Times as much, is that there isn't really, the basics aren't built into the newsroom the same way that I think at a lot of these institutions they are. So I was overseeing this project and I was like, we can't really publish this part of the interview. That was kind of they didn't have a sense of ethics. They didn't have a sense of what really makes a story work. So we had to rework the whole project. And I realized that those are things that I really did learn here. I didn't learn those things on the job, which I think there are a lot of jobs where you do learn that on the job, but the Huffington Post, and I would imagine that the BuzzFeeds of the world and the Mashables and all of those other sort of similar new institutions are lacking in that, just from the sake of how young they are. And so I think the basics are really important to just doing good journalism, and you definitely get that from this program in terms of the classes that everyone takes, the law class, the ethics class, but then the professors and advisors that you have that are always instilling those values in you and teaching you how to do that.
That was a great answer. I got nothing. That was good.
I just wanted to ask, have you seen any examples in the New York media market where it's a disadvantage to have a master's degree, an MA, or an MS from the program, just either in hiring and in terms of companies wanting to bring in different kinds of voices or perspectives or writers, or in newsroom culture? Plenty of folks have jobs and didn't pay the amount of money that we're all getting ready to pay to go through this.
I don't think I've noticed a disadvantage. I mean, there's sometimes where I just kind of curse myself, wondering why I paid this much. But I mean, it's worth it. It's an investment. But I don't think I've ever had an experience where it was a detriment or anybody. If anything, I mean, it's the exact opposite. Often people are just kind of oh, Columbia, you had this, because they know that, especially at a school like Columbia, they know that's a mark of deep training. And it's something that is very respected in the journalism community. I mean, obviously it's Columbia. So if anything, it's kind of, it's a plus that I've experienced, just having that on your resume. So yeah, it's one of those things where you clearly don't need to go and get your master's to be a successful journalist at all, because before Columbia, I was working. I was never without a job. I was working consistently for 4 years after I graduated college, and it was just a choice that I made because I knew that this is what I wanted, and the MA program was the exact fit for what I was looking for. So I think that it's one of those things where I know you guys are all admitted, congratulations, but it's one of those things where you just have to make the choice for yourself if it's something that you actually want to do, because it's very intense, it's very expensive, but you just have to kind of make that decision if it's for you. But I've never seen it as a detriment at all in the real world.
I would agree. The only time that I have seen it sort of is if someone does not have a lot of experience in journalism. and they might kind of like aim too high, like, well, I've got my master's, so now I'm going to be like your deputy, right? So I think that's, and you know, there are people here who can talk to you about realistic career expectations, but you know, occasionally we get a student like that, and we're sort of like, I don't know. Columbia's a great program, but yeah, it didn't allow you to time travel and get like 15 years of experience. So, but that's yeah, I agree. Like when you see that resume, you're like, okay, well. Sort of like, well, I can count on this person. That's what it feels like when I see that.
Yeah, and the reality is so many alums are at so many different publications and outlets across the city and across the world. I mean, at the Huffington Post, I know there are at least 10 J-School alums working throughout the newsroom in different positions. So if anything, you're like the butt of each other's jokes where you're like, hey, you idiot, you paid all that money, and like now you work at the Huffington Post. And, you know, it's just in joking with each other, but I think that it's never going to be some big detriment.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that we're going to end. So I'd like to thank Miloš, Casey, Monica.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much for joining us on a Saturday morning. And I'd like to invite our student panel to come up and join us, and Taryn Almanzar will be moderating that panel.
Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing so far? Are you awake? Are you with me? Yes? Okay. Great. Now what we will have are some student projects, and we have here Sandra Chuma and Neha Mash. Yes, okay. People always butcher my name, so I'm always conscious of pronouncing it correctly. Thank you very much both for being here. Before we get on, so that you can start talking about your project, if you can just briefly tell all of us, where were you before the J School? What drove you here? And how your master project and your class project came about.
Hi, it's a bit surreal to sit here already. I'm hopefully graduating in May. But I am from India, and I was working as a broadcast journalist for 4 years before I came here. I was mostly covering politics, conflict, and development back in India. So the MA program, I'm specializing in politics and global affairs. It was the perfect fit for me because I was looking to deepen my field experience with a rigorous academic framework, and also broaden my horizons from working back in India to working globally and looking at doing more international news. So this program is essentially takes you into a deep dive into politics, world affairs, and specifically writing long-form, in-depth narrative, which I hadn't done before. So it's been extremely useful. And the most exciting and the main element of this program is, of course, the master's thesis project. It works completely different from the MS program, which has a different system. But for the MAs, at least, you can write on anything that you want from anywhere in the world. You can pitch your story, and you will get funded to go to that story. It's such a brilliant opportunity also because you have an editor, an advisor from school who will handhold you almost at each step. So from brainstorming where you want to go, why you want to do this story, to editing your piece after you've come back, to like discussing what are the ways in which you should do your reporting from your editing. So each step, again, for people who have not worked in maybe long form, it's an excellent opportunity to understand how the process works as well. So very briefly, my master's project is a photo print hybrid, which means I've done a long form piece, and it has accompanying photographs, which is on the far right in France in the aftermath of the terror attacks.
Hi everyone, I'm Sandra Chuma, and I just graduated in December 2015, and I know you're thinking, why December? Because I was in the documentary concentration. Before that, I had a 15-year career in management consulting. So I was one of the people, the lady over there who said, is it wasted experience? I was one of those people who came to the school with no journalistic experience whatsoever, and I thought I'd make it particularly challenging for myself, and of course apply for the documentary concentration because I'd never held a camera before. And in terms of why Columbia, I figured if I was going to change careers, I was going to go to the best there was to learn the skills, and of course having the Columbia name on my resume, I certainly hope will stand me in good stead. I graduated in December, and I am working, and I work right here at Columbia. I'm the very first documentary fellow that the school has had. So yay, I had a job before I graduated. In terms of my master's thesis, as documentary students, our master's thesis is our documentary. I produced a 25-minute documentary on the plus-size industry and why it is that in America, although 67% of women, yes, we have to report, it is a reporting school, so I can tell you statistics, 67% of women in America are plus-size, and yet we don't see that reflected in media, we don't see that reflected in fashion. So this was an exploration of that, and a little bit later I'll show you the trailer. And in terms of what I've done with my documentary, every year we schedule a festival here at the school, so all of our documentaries show here at the school, so save the date, December 10th and 11th. There will be a doc fest here, the graduating class of 2016. So it showed here, and in addition to that, it's showed at 4 other festivals. And I also, a couple of weeks ago, received a Gracie Award for Outstanding Student Documentary, which is kind of cool because I'm in the same category as people like, I don't know, Katie Kirk, I think, is getting one, Tina Fey is getting one, so yay.
Thank you. Before we move on to your projects, I'm just going to see if you can go back in time when you were sitting at that chair where they're at right now. What do you wish you would have known at that point?
How hard it was going to be. It's definitely come into this with your eyes open. This is going to be one of the most challenging years of your life. You will work, you will, they did the highs and lows. Everybody in my class at some point had a meltdown of epic proportions, but you learn so much, and I would not change a single thing that happened over the course of my year here. And as everybody's talked about, I think one of the things that I wish somebody would have told me is just how great of friendships I would form in the 1 year, and literally these are people that I know will be lifelong friends.
In addition to everything that Sandra said, I think I wish, I wasn't lucky enough to be here last year, unfortunately, too far, but I really wish I had come better prepared. And even when it's not always possible to do that, but when you come here and you know how the course is structured, like I wish I had thought a little more about like what are the outside courses I'm going to take, because you're not only taking courses in the J school, you can also take you have to take some courses in other departments, which I did, and I'm really happy with them. But sometimes the combinations and the deadlines, everything is happening all at the same time. So if you have already like structured how you want to specialize in what, all of that really helps. So once you come here, it is overwhelming, it is a lot of things, but it is also super exciting, and you will love each part of it. So just sort of have a to-do list before you come in, and I think this process will definitely have helped a lot of you, which I hadn't done. So do that, because then you can maximize all the time. So you shouldn't think, oh my God, I had like 9 fantastic months in like the best J school with like amazing opportunities, and I didn't end up taking that course, which would have something that you always wanted to do. So just make sure that you come with what you want to do with a clear head and organize it well.
Great, thank you so much. Nia, I'm going to invite you now to the podium so that you're able to talk about your piece.
While she's finding it, just so we're not staring and putting pressure, I will say, just to add to what she just said, is I wish someone had told me to enjoy it. It went by so fast. I think we're so focused on, oh my gosh, and I had a deadline, and oh my gosh, and oh my gosh, that it was done, and then we only realized, oh my gosh, it's done. So yes, it's hard, but really take time to enjoy the process. And I'd also say, for those of you who aren't from New York, take time. It's hard, yes, you have a very hectic schedule, but take time to enjoy the city. You're in New York, with, as much as you can, enjoy the city, get to know the city, and I think that's one of the great things about the program. For example, in our reporting classes, a lot of them force you to go on beats in areas that are kind of off the beaten track. So I can tell you a lot about lots of areas in Brooklyn and the Bronx that I would never have gone to if it wasn't for reporting class. And the other thing that I'll tell you, I'm still trying to figure it out, is make sure your equipment works. I did an interview once, talk about lows. I did an interview with someone, she's a former state senator who was convicted of stealing money, and she hadn't given interviews, and she'd just been released from jail. She served prison time, and I don't know why I convinced her, but she agreed to an interview with me, and I went with my recorder, and I was so excited that she did agree to give me this interview, and I forgot to press the on button on the recorder. It was, so a lot of it I had to go off memory, and but yeah, it turned, the piece actually turned out really, really well, and she apparently liked it. I sent it to her, but she wouldn't approve for me to get it published. The Wall Street Journal was interested in the article, but she wouldn't sign off for me to have it published, so there you go.
Sorry, so you do have technical difficulties here. My pen drive is not showing up on this. So I'm just going to talk about it, and I was going to show some of my images and read an excerpt, but sorry, the images don't seem to be working here. So as I told you that my master's project was based on what is happening in France right now in the aftermath of the terror attacks. So the moment you come to the school, you're supposed to have already at least some ideas about what you want to do, and trust me, it really helps, because I came with like 5 ideas and I was completely like not sure which one would work. And then as soon as you get assigned an advisor, this is the MA program, so it may be slightly different for the MS. You get assigned an advisor, and then you lock down on a topic, and then you keep working on it throughout the fall semester, and it is during the winter break that you actually go out on the field and report. So if you have already an issue that you really care for, or something which is topical, it really helps. So my project evolved slightly later, because the attacks happened in November, and I thought that was something that would have ramifications not just in France but across EU, and similar strains of the far-right rhetoric, which we also see in the United States. So I went to France over my December break, and 15 days of like intensive reporting, completely on your own in a new country where you may or may not have experience. So it's really like a very, very immersive process, and it teaches you to do everything on your own. How do you go to that place? How do you find your sources in a situation where you don't know anyone? How do you do interviews in a completely different culture? So it's also important to learn all these other things, not just the fact that you are going out there to just produce a good story. So all of these elements will be really, really helpful once you go out and actually start working on field. So I'm just going to read out a small excerpt from my piece, which is due this Wednesday. So I still haven't submitted it. And you guys are my first audience, so. The summer of 1962 was a tumultuous time for Algeria, one that would change the country's history. As the war against a century of French colonization was coming to an end and independence loomed, in Oran, a coastal town in the north, a 9-year-old boy left his home with his grandparents and brothers. He was excited about flying in an airplane for the first time. His parents cried as the family traveled in a military truck to the airport a few kilometers from Oran. They were staying back and would join the family in France a month later. The Christian settler population was fleeing the country, leaving everything behind. Just as the Algerian Independence War would reshape the country, the journey of this family from Oran to La Devez, a suburb of Béziers, a town in southwest France, would in its own small but significant way have an impact on contemporary French politics. More than 50 years later, in 2016, his life would intersect with another family fleeing war in Syria. But as the mayor of the city, he would storm into the apartment building where the Syrian refugees lived, not far from where he grew up, and tell them on camera that they were not welcome in the country. Robert Mena, the 9-year-old boy and the current mayor of Béziers, does not see the paradox in this situation. Using Béziers as his laboratory, he is the leading proponent of the far right in France. He is not a traditional politician. In fact, his past is anything but conventional. He is a former journalist who co-founded Reporters Without Borders, a global organization fighting for press freedom. But in 2014, he contested for the post of the mayor of Béziers as an independent, winning with the support of the French far right. This April, he will complete 2 controversial years in office, where he has, amongst other things, counted the number of Muslim children in public schools, which is forbidden in France, opposed kebab shops, calling them too many, armed the municipal police, not the norm in France, and drawn flag for using an AFP photo of refugees on the cover of the municipal magazine, falsely depicting a siege in Béziers. Europe has been in a state of unrest ever since refugees from Syria, Afghanistan, Eritrea, Iraq, and other countries started arriving in 2014. It has been the single largest mass migration in the history of the world since World War II. While each country has responded to the crisis differently, one common thread binds them together: the rise of the far right. As the number of refugees arriving daily increased, so did the shrill anti-immigrant, often Islamophobic rhetoric by these groups. This time, unlike in the past, their vitriol has not countered an emphatic backlash. The fringe is now mainstream. So, thank you. Thank you. So, it's going to be a hybrid project. And another thing that a lot of you may find useful to come when you think about these projects is what format you want to do. So not only there is freedom to choose your subject, to choose where you want to go, but also how you want to show it. So even if you're not in the documentary program, you can do a video thesis for the MA as well. You can do photo. You can do just a print piece. So you can combine and do a multimedia. So that way, it's a great opportunity to explore and push and challenge yourself and try out different things instead of just doing something that you may have already experienced in. So I would really suggest that all of you take up this exciting program and come with full rigor and enthusiasm, because it will give you so much more. And for you, this is the chance to grab everything that you can from the writing process to reporting to everything else that you may want to do in the future. So this is a great opportunity, and congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. We will have time at the end for all of you to ask questions of Sandra and Neha.
I'm going to show you a couple of things. The first thing that I'm going to show you, thank you, Reggie. That's just one of the great things about this school is we have fantastic equipment and a fantastic equipment room. And Reggie's our guy there who helps us with everything and is amazing. So one of the classes that I took in the spring semester is called video storytelling. And I think it's pretty self-explanatory, telling story through video. As part of the class, what we did was we did a class project. We did several assignments, but our last project was a class project where we picked a theme for all of the class to produce video pieces about. Give me 1 second to log in here. And so someone asked earlier about, what does the school do in terms of new technologies and teaching new things. One of the great things that I've learned while I've been here at Columbia is really selling yourself and selling your stories. So what we did as a class was we did a website, and we invited a whole bunch of industry people and commissioning editors who came to the screening. So we scheduled a screening where we put together a trailer for the class. So there were 7 stories that were made on different subjects. The story that I worked on with my partner Nyasha Kadandara was called Queens and Knights, and it was a profile of a New York City rugby football club, which they call themselves inclusive, and what that means is they welcome everybody regardless of age, sex, gender identity, or sexual orientation, and they're actually 60% gay. And the story that we did, the profile that we did, was really just challenging the stereotypes of what it means to be a gay man. But the trailer that you'll see is of all 7 pieces. Sorry. Oops.
You put the mask on, you put the weapon in your hand, the first thing comes to you is you're scared.
You don't have control. You lose control.
You're nervous. You're so scared you can feel your heart beating in your chest.
For some reason, it really hits the head first and just goes behind you and just
All we want to do is show you the least risky way of using.
And if you get to a point where the story becomes more important than the truth, then you're in deep shit.
We all know what it's like to be young and make mistakes, but we don't all know what it's like to live for the rest of your life with those mistakes.
Our biggest goal is that every single person is successful. They have to show that they have a social mission as part of their mandate.
Moving the needle, being unafraid to witness, to be the image.
It's an unjust law, and what do you do with an unjust law? You break it.
We can surprise a lot of people. They hear gay and they assume girly. I'll be the first one to tell you that these girls got claws.
Tattoo gives you control over the area that the cancer took.
I was tired of having to choose between my rent, my medication, my food.
At one of the world's richest institutions, there are people here that are literally counting dimes to see if they can afford their MetroCard for the day.
We want to think about return on investment that's more than just a financial return.
When you have people that have gone through the fire, when you have people that have come from nothing, your only reaction could be this: if they can do that, I surely can do the same thing.
So in terms of the piece that I did, as I mentioned, was called Queens and Knights. We had great success with that story. So part of what the class taught us was how to pitch our stories. So we produced our piece was 7 minutes, and we, through an alumni, found out about a competition that NBC Sports was holding called Captured, and it was for anybody to submit a short story about anything related to sports. So we submitted our piece, and there was another piece from the class which was submitted, which was called On Guard, about a young black guy who's learning fencing. And out of almost 1,000 entries, both of our pieces were picked as top 5 finalists, and thank you. Thank you. And NBC Sports actually flew all 5 of the finalists to the South by Southwest Film Festival in Austin, Texas, fully paid expense trip. It was lovely, stayed at the Four Seasons Hotel. And then at that event, they announced the winners, and our piece, Queens and Knight, was the winner, so they gave us $10,000. And they also, as part of the prize, will play our piece on NBC Sports at some point in the near future. So, yay. The other thing that I worked on, so talking about master's projects, so in the documentary program, our master's project is your documentary. So we all produce documentaries that are between 20 to 40 minutes long. This is our website, CJS Doc, again, to the point that I made earlier, that the school really encourages you to figure out how to, promote your stuff. So we created a website, we had a screening, and in our particular case, this is our website for DocFest 15. Our piece was called Plus. As I said, it's about the plus size industry, and I'll play you our trailer.
The average woman in North America is size 14.
The trend in women's clothing, it's getting ridiculous. There is a size 0. It's size 0, which I don't understand. 0 is nothing. Knock, knock. No one.
Plus size begins at a size 8, which is ridiculous.
The CEO of the company announced that his stores will stop selling clothing for women larger than a size 10. Because according to him, anyone who's a plus size isn't cool enough to shop in Abercrombie and Fitch.
They don't understand our history, our struggle, how we feel. When I walk out the door, I'm a plus size woman.
Buyers typically believe that plus women want to hide their bodies. They're not proud of their bodies.
I constantly hear the average plus-size consumer say, "Where are our clothes?"
We have to shop in specialty stores.
We are made to feel like we're the minority when we are not.
We have money, we spend money, we buy clothes. Why isn't it important for your brand to relate to me?
We're not waiting for it to be given to us. We're not waiting and pleading to be part of something. We're creating our own. That body is sick.
My business kind of started out of fulfilling my own need and then starting to fulfill everyone else's.
To be able to be a part of Full Figure Fashion Week, that's really being a part of history.
Thank you both for sharing that with us. What we're going to do now is open it up for questions. I'm pretty sure most of you have questions that you would like to ask our panelists.
Hi, my name is Curtis. I just had a quick question regarding the possibility, and if so, the prevalence of kind of cross-specialization, collaboration. I.e., I mean, if you're not in a documentary specialization, but you're interested in what's going on there and you're friends with people who are working in there, not necessarily for credit or anything, but how acceptable is it for people to kind of collaborate and cross over and experience other realms that they wouldn't otherwise?
So I would say that being in the documentary concentration is not a requirement at all for you to get exposure to video. There's so many video classes that you can take while you're here that it's not a necessary thing. I think it's great if you're someone who wants to have a career in that field, but even if you're not in the documentary concentration, there's so many opportunities, so many professors that you're not missing out necessarily if you are interested in video. There are many opportunities.
Thank you.
Hello, I have two questions from the live stream. One of them is if you could characterize the culture of the J School, and the other question, they're wondering if one of you could talk about a typical class day at the J School and how long you would be in class.
Okay, so a typical class day is the easy question to answer since I'm still in class. So again, it is completely different for the MA and the MS programs. The MS program, very briefly, though I'm not from it, has a much more reporting emphasis because a lot of people come into that straight out of college or not with much experience. So they have a much more field intensive program, while the MA program is completely different, where you actually sit more in class. But so for me, the core seminar, which is politics, is like a 3-hour class twice a week. And then, of course, I have some other classes which I can choose to take within the J school, outside the J school, depending on your interests and what you want to do. The interesting thing about the classes is that even though you have to read much more for the MA, sit in class as opposed to going out and reporting, the assignments that you end up doing are actually reported assignments, and again, can be done from anywhere. So yes, if you're doing a class assignment on like, I wrote on something on Ethiopia, for instance, which I didn't travel for, but I did my interviews over the phone, Skype, and then you can get those clips published, which I also did. So that's the other advantage of working on stories, even if you are not on ground. And of course, the master's project is the one that you travel for.
In terms of the culture, this is an Ivy League school. Let's be honest, the people who come here are very type A personalities. So that's the culture. It's competitive, but I really felt that because it's so competitive, it pushes you to try harder, to do better. It's a very supportive culture. I have professors, in your very first semester, you have reporting class. In the MS program, you have reporting class. I still, to this day, go hang out in my professor's office because he will listen, give me ideas. I go cry on his shoulder when things are falling apart. So you'll find the people that you have an affinity for, and that's the thing, is you have so many professors, you'll find somebody who will be your support. I feel that in terms of the culture as well, I think Columbia is very invested in you being successful. You being successful is good for their brand. And so that's what I found, is that it's very supportive in terms of helping you be successful in the field.
You had said that you had started here with never holding a camera in your life. What was that learning curve like, and how would you say the university helped you with that?
Oh my gosh, it was a very steep learning curve. I'm not even kidding. I'd never even shot home video when I came here. It's a really steep learning curve, and you have to work hard. I had to work hard, but the structures are there to give you the skills, to teach you the skills. I would say in our documentary class there were 15 of us, and I'd probably say of those 15, 9 of us came from either no background in video to very little. So we had intensive video classes. We were in video 1 where we learned, okay, this is the on button. And again, it also, as much as Columbia will give you the skills and the training, it's also about you and how much effort you're gonna put in. And I'll definitely say that as well, that's in terms of the culture, the professors are in such a way that if they see you putting in the effort, they will put in the effort as well to help you. But everything I know about how to shoot, how to put together, everything I learned here in the 13 months I was here.
Thank you so much.
Hi, my question is for Sandra. First of all, congratulations for all your achievements. I'm also interested in the documentary program, and I'm put on the waiting list. So I'm freaking out a little bit because I really want to do that. If I wanted to be proactive and go and register for classes without knowing if I am in that program, what classes would you suggest which you absolutely loved during the course?
So I'm going to say, so your question and the gentleman who asked me earlier, I promise you, not being in the documentary program is not the be-all and end-all. There's so many people in our year who are not in documentaries, but who've produced documentaries that have showed at Doc NYC, and who are working in video companies producing documentaries. Yes, it is great. I think the benefit you get from the documentary program is that you get the extra semester where you're doing nothing but concentrating on a documentary. But there are classes in the spring semester that will give you those skills. The class that the trailer I showed you, video storytelling, that's a great class where you learn all of the skills. Everything I learned on how to cut how to cut and put together a story is what I used in making my documentary. There are other classes. There's multimedia storytelling. Doolin 2 teaches a fantastic class. Alan Habachak is here, and he teaches a great class. And in some of those classes, you also have the opportunity to produce a slightly longer piece. I know last year in Du's class, some people produced a 30-minute documentary. Don't freak out.
Thank you. One more question. You said that you graduated in December 2015. So the documentary program, did it start in August, or did it start late? Or
so the way the documentary program works is we go all the way to May, which is when the majority of the MS program goes, and then you do an extra semester, which is why the documentary program is 13 months. So you have a choice in terms of when you do that extra semester. You can do it in the summer, or you can do it in the fall. I did my documentary in the summer, so that semester ran from May until end of August. Some of my classmates did their documentaries and came back in the fall semester, and so their semester ran from September until December. And so then the graduation for the fall or the summer happens in December.
I see. Thank you very much.
My question is kind of similar, but what was your favorite class that you took while a student? Elective class?
I'm still here, and the professors will, and this is being recorded, so I liked all my classes. No, in all honesty, I had two favorites. I would say, the documentary was my thesis, so I had to love that. And that's one tip that I would give for anybody, regardless of whether your documentary or whatever your master's project is going to be, pick something that you love, because it's a lot of time to spend working on one thing if you don't love it. My favorite classes was video storytelling, which I showed you the trailer for, and then my second favorite was Rise and Fall Story, which was taught by Dean Steve Cole, and that was a writing class. And as I said, I was a management consultant for 15 years, so the last time I had to write an essay was yonks ago. So I really enjoyed the class, and he was really great in helping me find my writing style. But yeah, those are my two favorite classes.
Thank you. Hi, this is for Sandra. Could you talk a little bit about why you chose the summer semester versus the fall, and maybe your colleagues, I know Sarah, who was here yesterday, did the fall semester, I believe, and what they did, is that just to buy time to work on the documentary more, or did they work, or?
So the way that you get the same amount of time, obviously you can work on it, but officially you get the same amount of time. It's because you get the time either you hand in and then you can still work on it, or because DocFest, the screening festival, doesn't happen until December. For me, it was really driven by the events in my story. The primary event that we were filming was happening in July, and so therefore we picked that. In terms of deciding whether you should do summer or fall, that's a very personal decision, part of it driven by your story, part of it your personal circumstances and what you want to do. There were people in our class who did fall because they had summer internships and wanted to do an internship. But yeah, it's really a personal thing.
Thank you.
So I have a question for either of you. What are your biggest challenges and rewards when you're doing your master's project?
That's a hard question to answer. But I think the biggest challenge is to be able to recognize that one story that you want to do for almost like the 9 months that you spend here. So it is not a story that you get excited by today, go and do it tomorrow or over a week, and then submit it at the end of the 10 days. It's something that lives with you through the time that you're here. So the time that you come, you meet your advisor, you discuss your story, you apply for your grant, you get your funding, you go out reporting, then you come back and start writing, and then you keep editing, and then you submit it. So it's a really long process. It is excellent because it is the only time that you will get an opportunity to take so much time and take so much of your learning which you have learned, and your advisors help like really rigorously produce an excellent piece of work. So I think that's a challenge, to find something that excites you for that long time. And it is also, I think, at the end of it, very rewarding, because again, it wasn't something that I'd done before. None of my classmates who've even worked in print had done before. So the amount of time that you spend is both the challenge and the reward.
Thank you.
Hi. I'm wondering what kind of problems, if any, did you guys run into when trying to reach organizations or sources or just people that you wanted to include in your pieces? Did you find that they were reluctant or very willing to participate? And any techniques that you may have for us, like as students? I'm wondering if our status as students could kind of hinder our ability to reach these like big name organizations, or just people who are more recluse and don't want to talk, I guess.
Quickly on that, I think the name, the Columbia name definitely helps. Like, I haven't had someone turn me down, at least, but I know that there would be cases where they would be like, okay, it's a student project, you're doing it for your class assignment. It's not, may not be published. So it can happen, but I think there are various ways to get around it, and it also sort of like develops your ability to think fast and act differently. So always also have backup sources. So if you think, I mean, there can be a possibility that there is only that one person that sort of fits that story, but usually if you, again, think creatively, you can find other people if that doesn't work out. But also just like, be persistent, be polite, and be very sort of clear about why you want them. So if they think that they are actually going to contribute to something, nobody really says no. But yes, time can often be a factor, especially like if you're on a really short deadline. So it's about like managing your time well and finding other people to fill that gap in. But it's not such a big issue, mostly.
And do you have anything to add to that?
Persistence.
Okay.
Keep this. I actually found the opposite, and I think most of my classmates would say the same, that we found it hurt us to say, hey, we're students, because then everyone's like, well, okay, so you don't really matter. So yeah, it's just really being persistent, and then once you have an in with one person, like with the Plus documentary, that's how we did. Like, we got one person that were just like, literally, I felt like I was stalking her. Like I was just very persistent. And then once she had signed on, then we used her name to say, oh, but Maddie Jones has signed on. And then people were, yeah.
But what also helps, sorry, just a quick thing. What also helps is to not say you're a student. I always say I'm a reporter calling from the journalism school. So sometimes that first, like, okay, then you have their attention, and then you have 2 minutes to like convince them. So use that. And also at the J school, you can also like get your business cards printed, which have like reporter or like your designation. So if you're officially at events that you think can help, so pass on that. Or they also have a press card. So it is within the J school, of course, but still, I think all of these small things also help. So just come across as professional, and like, it's a story. And also say that, I'm writing this for my class, but I want to publish it, later at some stage. So just work around it.
Thank you.
Well, with that, thank you so much for taking the time to come here.
Thank you.
And I'm happy to, if you have any questions and you want to email me, my email address is sandra.chuma@columbia.edu. So feel free to reach out and ask me.
Yeah, same here. Mine is nm2806@Columbia.
Thank you.
And congratulations.
Yes, congratulations.
Just wanted to take care of a couple of housekeeping things before we start on the financial aid workshop. First of all, just in thinking about master's projects, I just wanted to mention, so that it's clear, is that the Master of Arts students do have the option of traveling abroad to work on their master's projects. Master of Science students are required to do their projects from New York City. The reason being that generally the MS students are less experienced and need to go back more than once, and sometimes 3 times to sources, and having to fly back and forth to Cambodia or France or Thailand can be difficult. It's much easier to jump on the subway and go up to the Bronx, and cheaper. Just a couple of housekeeping things. Dean Call is aware that we're running a little bit late, so that he knows that those of you who might want to chat with him will be coming a little bit later. Once we finish the financial aid session, we'll be doing lunch, which is on your own. Then until 2:30, I imagine it'll end up being, 2 to 3-ish. We'll be doing the journalism tours, and I'm sure that there will be some that are going out at 1:30 as well, depending on what your time schedules are like. Evelyn Corchado will be in her office starting at 1:30 for any housing questions that you have. And then the admissions and financial aid folks, we will all be in our offices in room 203, which is just off the lobby where you came in. And we're happy to talk about any kinds of questions that you've got. And now I'm going to turn it over to Taryn and Edwin.
Okay, so I promise to make this short and quick, but just so that you know, really pay attention, because once you know the financials, what are your responsibilities, then your time here at the J School will be better spent, and you'll be able to focus on what you came here to do. So with that said, let's just talk a little bit about what we will be covering during this time. We will be discussing the definition of what is educational financing, the different financing offices, how student bills are sent out and when are they due, timeline, and then we'll open it up for questions at the end. So if you can just write down your questions as we're going along, I promise that we will be able to answer them. With that said, there are a couple of things that we need to adhere to as a university. And that is that everything that we do is based on federal regulations. So a lot of the questions that you will be asking us, we're going to preface it by saying federal regulations require us to do X, Y, and Z. In adherence to that, the university must tell you what are the tuition and fees, the estimated living expenses, when are the bill dues, and what are the penalties that are associated if you don't pay your bill on time. And then we're also going to tell you about the other financing options that you may have. Let's talk a little bit about cost of attendance, because you see this term thrown around a lot. Cost of attendance is made up of two main things, tuition and fees, and that's what I like to call the non-negotiable. That's what the university is going to charge you in order for you to obtain your master's degree. Then you have your living expenses. And these are expenses that the university will not bill you for, but that you have to plan for so that you have enough funding while you're here. And that covers rent, food, transportation, personal expenses, and everything else. So those two different categories, that's the cost of attendance. So here are the estimated tuition and fees per program. The university trustees have not approved the figures as of yet, so these are estimates, but they're pretty close. And remember, these are the non-negotiable. This is what you will be paying the university in order to obtain your degree. If you're in the MA program, it's about $61,000. MS, about $66,000 for the entire program. MS part-time is about $37,988 per year. If you're in the documentary semester, it's an extra $11,876. And if you are with a dual degree with engineering, that's about $68,876. Estimated living expenses. It's New York, it's expensive, so you will probably need around $2,800 in order to cover your rent, which is approximately $1,200. Your utilities will come out about $340. Your food is very expensive in New York, so be very conscious of how you're spending your money. I like to give the example of my Starbucks coffee, which it's like $5. And then I was like, oh, it's $5. Then I started doing the math, and I'm like, all right, 5 times 7, 35, multiply that by 4, multiply that by 12, that's about $1,200, $1,300 just on a Starbucks coffee a day. So just be very conscious of what you're spending your money. And this is where I usually give the spiel of live like a student, live frugally, bring your coffee from home, bring your lunch, carry your sandwiches around so that you are able to mitigate this cost as you're going along. And then we estimate that you're going to need about $177 for travel. And personal expenses about $494. Again, these are estimates. Everyone's expenses are going to be slightly different, but remember how I started my presentation, the federal government does require for us to give you at least an estimate of what your expenses are going to be. While you're here, you're going to be interacting with 3 different financing offices, and you're going to be hearing probably from all 3 of us. The first one is, of course, us here at the J School, the Office of Admissions and Financial Aid, where you can come in and ask any questions regarding your student aid, if you're borrowing a loan, if you're receiving an outside scholarship, but also if you're not quite sure where to go, we're the office that you most likely will come to. We don't pretend to know all of the answers, but we can at least point you in the right direction. Then you have the Student Service Center, and they're the ones that will send you your bill, and they'll tell you when the bills are due. If you need confirmation that you are indeed a student here, that's the office that will provide that for you. Then you have the Office of Cashiering, and that's where you can go in and make personal payments. So if you want to pay by check, or if you want to make a payment by cash, sometimes people lose their ID, and that's where you will be making those payments. Your student account billing. Let's talk about what you're going to be seeing on your university bill. Your tuition, and this is per semester. It's not doing one lump sum, and we'll discuss the payment due dates in a couple of minutes. The fees that are associated with that, if you've taken a look at our website, you will be able to see that they are the one-time tech fee, the document fee, health insurance, health service fee, all of that will be in your tuition bill. Depending on the type of university housing that you get, sometimes what they'll do is that they'll tack on that charge to your university account, so you will be able to see that. Bill notifications. They're all sent via email. You will not get a paper mail in your mailbox, so really pay close attention to your Columbia.edu email address that you will be getting once you're here. To gain access to your bill, you're going to go through the student portal, which is called Student Services Online, SSOL. And this is basically like a one-stop shop type of portal where you will be able to see the classes that you're registered for, your university charges, any payments that have come through. It's just one place that you can gain access to it 24 hours a day at any point that you wish to do that. Payment options. You can make online and paper checks. You can use that. You can use wire transfer, in person, remember the cashier's office. But you will not be able to use credit cards or debit cards. The university does not accept those type of payments, so just keep that in the back of your mind. Let's talk about bill due dates, and these are estimated. We will be sending out notices once it's been finalized, but it's pretty much on the ballpark. If you are enrolled in the summer semester, the bill will be due Friday, June 10th, 2016. The bill for the fall semester, it's Friday, September 16th. In the spring is Friday, January 27th. Consequences of not paying the bill on time. There will be late charges that will be tacked on to what you already owe. You will not be able to register for classes until you have covered your bill. You will not be able to get any transcripts or registration confirmation. And if this is your last semester, you will not be able to get your diploma. And eventually, you will be sent to a collections agency where they'll take on their fees as well. So we'll open it up for questions in a little bit. Financing options. Full-time students, please, please, please do not plan on working while you're going through the program. Have students done that in the past? Absolutely. Is it the norm? No, it is not. Remember that while you're here, you will be attending classes, but for all intent and purposes, as soon as you walk in through those doors, you are treated as a journalist, and you are going to have assignments and deadlines and beats that you have to cover. So really do not plan on working while you're here. So we've been receiving a lot of questions about teaching assistantships, graduate research assistantships, and everything else. Again, I cannot emphasize this enough. Please do not plan on working while you're here if you're in the full-time program. You also have the option of the payment plan. Remember those dates that I gave you, the June, September, and January? The payment plan cannot be used for the summer, unfortunately, but you are able to use it for the fall and the spring. And basically allows you to spread out whatever amount is coming out of your own pocket into 10 months. So let's say your bill, and we all wish this was so, it was $10, right? And you're getting between scholarship and student loans, it's $5. So you have $5 remaining. Instead of paying this full $5 in September, you're able to spread it out from August until December. And the same thing for the spring semester. There is a small fee of $45 to enroll in it. And basically what they'll do is that they'll deduct those monthly payments, I think it's on the 10th of every month, directly from the bank account that you designate for it. Scholarships. Let's talk a little bit about J-School scholarships. I'll start off by saying that all of the funding that we have available has been allocated, and at this point, we don't have anything else to award. And I always love to use the word "at this point," because every single dollar, every single allocation, every single award that we have made is based on donations that are made to the school. And each of those donations come in with awarding eligibility and restrictions that we have to look for in each and every single one of you and try to match it. In order to be considered for the J-School scholarship, you had to have filed the J-School scholarship application. If you are a U.S. citizen or permanent resident, we also require for you to fill out the free application for federal student aid. For those of you that have not submitted a J-School scholarship, even though we don't have any funding available at this point, still submit it, and we'll have it on file so that in the event that any funding becomes available, we can consider you for the scholarships. Then we have the outside scholarships. And these are funds that are offered by private organizations, and they have their own deadlines, their own eligibility requirements, their own applications and instructions, and the awards can come in throughout the year. I can tell you that our students are very successful in researching these outside scholarships and applying for it. We start you off with a listing on our site, but it's in no way, shape, or form comprehensive. We encourage you to do your own search. Think of yourself as a pie when you're doing this research. Yes, you are a journalist. Yes, you are a student. But there are other things that make you who you are. Your ethnicity, your country of citizenship, your area of interest, your personal demographics, financial status. Just make a list and then start searching on the web, scholarships for X, Y, and Z. Now, be aware of scams that are out there. If an organization is asking you for money to apply for the scholarship, don't waste your time in doing so. If they're asking for your social security number, or if they want a copy of your passport, but they're not explicitly telling you to cross out like your personal identifier, don't apply for that. If they're asking for your bank account information, credit card information, whatever the case may be, then that's also not a legitimate organization. So in other words, as you are doing your search, start practicing your journalistic skills and apply to as many as you can and submit by the deadline. I've seen checks as small as $200 and as big as $40,000 come across my desk. So with that, I will turn it over to Edwin.
Thank you, Taryn. I'm going to speak to you about your loan options. You can either take out federal loans or private loans. In order to take out a federal loan, you have to be a U.S. citizen or permanent resident, enrolled in at least 6 credits, which will not be a problem if you're in the MA or MS program, even if you are part-time. If you're a male, you have to be registered with Selective Service. If you are a male, you have to be registered for the Selective Service, and you cannot be in default of any of your prior loans. The first loan is called an unsubsidized loan. That's a guaranteed loan. There's an origination fee, and also the interest rate is currently at 5.84%, but it will change, either increase or decrease, and we'll know that in June. For a part-time student, you'll get $20,500 divided between your summer and fall term, and then you'll get another $20,500, which will go all towards your spring semester. That summer term, your second summer, you won't receive any unsubsidized loan, and then for your final 2 terms, you'll get one more allotment of $20,500 divided between your fall and spring term. For an MA or an MS student, you simply get one allotment of $20,500 divided evenly between your fall and spring term. The second loan is called a Graduate Plus loan. So the first one was a federal unsubsidized loan, which was a guaranteed loan. This one here is the Graduate Plus loan. You have to pass a credit check. Nothing adverse can be on your credit history. The origination fee is higher, as well as the interest rate. Again, the interest rate will change after June. June 1st, we should know what the new interest rate will be. Also, I guess the most important part about the plus loan is that you can receive a plus loan in the amount that's equivalent to your cost of attendance minus any other financial aid that you've received. In order to get either of those 2 loans, you have to do the 16-17 FAFSA. Online right now, you can still do the 15-16, so if you haven't done it yet, make sure you do the 16-17 FAFSA. And then you have to do what's called the Master Promissory Note and the Entrance Counseling, or the Entrance Interview. Those 2 applications shouldn't take you more than 20 minutes to do, it's just asking for general information. Your other option, this is for both citizens or international students, is to take out a private loan. Now this works similar to a Graduate Plus loan in that you can take out an amount equivalent to your cost of attendance minus any other aid that you received. What I didn't say about the federal loans is that both those loans will be fixed rate loans. So once we know what the new interest rates will be, those will be fixed throughout the duration of the repayment. With a private loan, what you need to be aware of is that they're normally variable interest rate loans. Okay, so they might market you with a low interest up front, but they might hit you in the back end with something that's higher. Just make sure you just discuss with the lenders, maybe the range of that fluctuation. Usually, international students will need a co-signer who is a resident of the United States. And also that you have to obviously pass a credit check to receive that. We have a list of suggested lenders on the university's website, both for international students and for U.S. citizens. Basically went through these boxes right here. All right, so the next slide is an example. So if the cost of attendance is $97,600, which is for an MS student, and you see the breakdown there with the tuition fees and the living expenses. Then you see 2 different financial aid awards, the scholarship for $11,300 and an unsubsidized loan for $20,500, totaling about almost $32,000. That leaves you with about $65,000. So you can pay for that $65,000 through a PLUS loan, a private loan, or doing a payment plan. Keep in mind, though, that $97,000 includes your cost of living, right? So you don't have to pay this money directly to the university. Okay, but if you need loans to help you with that payment, you can do so, and you essentially get a refund that'll come back to you, and then you can use that for your living expenses. Okay? Yeah.
Okay, are you guys still with us? I see the energy level is dropping. So just hang in there with us for the next couple of minutes. So just to summarize, we have here sort of like a timeline for you to follow and give you some key dates. Because again, your main goal is that once you walk in through those doors as a student, you have this already set, you have this already planned, so that you're able to make the most of your experience. I know I've started my conversation with that, and I keep repeating this point. It's just that we see when the students have not made the appropriate plans, the extra stress that they're facing while they're here, and how I don't want to use the word distracting, but how taxing it is to go through the program because it's very fast-paced and not have this figured out. So before May 1st, have a set plan and just say, this is how I am planning to pay for my tuition and fees. Remember, that's the non-negotiable. Have an estimate of what your personal expenses are going to be like, and know what your resources are. We have oftentimes some students that think, well, I'm going to be applying for outside scholarships, and the deadline is in December, and I'll know the response in January, and that's great, and that's fine, but you also want to have also a plan B and say, you know what, if the scholarship comes in, that's icing on the cake. I can start lowering my loans, but I know that I'm covered. I know that my expenses while I'm in the program are set. Review your credit history. Make sure that there's nothing off there, that there's nothing that you need to look into or try to fix. Obtain a cosigner. If you see that your credit history is correct, but it's not that great, make sure that you start knocking on people's door and see who will be willing to co-sign a loan for you. Research outside scholarships. I cannot emphasize this enough. Research, 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 and apply and apply and apply. And then for those of you who are thinking or will be using the payment plan as part of your financing plan, make sure that you sign up by the deadline and that you have the funds that will be necessary each month, so that when the payment plan goes into effect, the funds are there. And we also recommend that for you to apply for your student loans at least 90 days before the semester starts. And that's because you want to make sure that all of the documentation is there, that the funds are set to disperse on time, and that there is nothing else that is needed. So if we want to have like specific dates, if you will, for each of the different programs, for the MS part-time, which begins towards the middle of May, end of May, we recommend for you to submit the forms May 1st, MS full-time, May 10th, the dual degree, May 10th as well, and the MA, June 8th. All right, and now we will open it up for questions.
Do you recommend someone with a good credit to have a cosigner? Do you think that will change interest rates at all?
It all depends on the lender and what it is that they're looking for. Understand that even if you do get a cosigner, the loan is under your name. Mm-hmm. And that the lenders will look at your credit history to determine the interest rate. So if you have excellent credit history, then you have nothing to worry about. But I will always say check with the lender and see what it is that they're paying attention to. As Edwin mentioned, Columbia University has a list of suggested lenders. You don't do not have to borrow with them. You can do your own research, but I always say use the chart that Columbia has put together so that you can use that as a guide as you're comparing the different lenders and what it is that they're offering.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
For some of us, we come from an undergraduate institution and we don't really have a credit history because maybe we haven't had any loans before or anything. So how will that work for us? Do we need a cosign and can we still get the loan?
Yes. Many students come straight out of undergrad and they take out the plus loans. So you don't have to have a built credit. If you have no credit, the government will still give you a loan.
Just to second that, what the federal government is looking for are negative things in your credit scores. So when I say negative things, if you are consistently late making payments, if you file for bankruptcy, if your wages are being garnished for any reason, so that's the basis for it. But no credit, it's good credit.
Hey there. I have two quick questions. The first is, I guess I can assume from the fact that you so clearly did not advise students taking on additional jobs while they're in school, that there's no work-study options available?
If there is work-study that we are able to award, but again, the MS full-time and the MAs, they usually do not take advantage of that. Because a work-study job is just giving you an opportunity to look for a job on campus.
Right.
For example, when you came in and you saw Zia and Ikancha, they're work-study students, and we needed them here, and early and staying later at night yesterday. For you guys, you're going to be doing your reporting, so
Right.
there's usually like this conflict with it. So while it is available, again, it's not something that's advisable.
Right. And how much do those work-study positions pay?
It depends on the work-study job. If you want to get an idea, just go to the columbia.edu and you go under students, and there's the work-study job listing, and you will be able to see there like the rates, the hours, and what are the things that they are looking for.
Cool, thank you. The other question is about health insurance. I see that that's built into the non-negotiable 66. Am I correct to understand that it's non-negotiable that you have health insurance? But I mean, obviously some people will have health insurance from various other places, so.
Yes.
My question, I guess, is specifically, like I have health insurance right now through my job, but I'm not going to be working anymore. Would it be possible is health insurance through, for example, the New York State of Health Exchange, as long as you are fully insured, acceptable?
That is a great question. We're not the office that will waive the health insurance. If you go under health services, and if you want, you can email me and I'll send you the direct link, which will give you the instructions and the kind of things that health services will look for when determining if they can waive the requirement for you. And there is a deadline. I think it is September 30th, if I'm not mistaken. But we can send, again, I can send you the direct link so that you can have an idea of what it is that the university will be looking for in the other insurance.
Thank you.
Hi, I know for me personally, I wasn't familiar with all the terminology in the financial aid/scholarship application. So I was wondering, are we able to make time, like have an appointment with you two or anybody on the admissions/financial aid team to kind of see if I filled out anything wrong, see kind of what the best option is for me, because I'm pretty sure I filled something out wrong.
Absolutely. You can certainly sit down with us. We're going to have office hours today. But if you need to leave for whatever reason, then we can set up a specific time for you to either come into the office or for us to have a phone conversation or Skype. Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, two quick questions. One, what's the most common payment plan that you guys see in terms of people who take out loans, whether they do the like $50 monthly or based on income after graduation?
That's a good question. It's a very personal decision, and it depends how much the person has borrowed, and quite honestly, what is your job placement. What I will recommend for every single one of you to do is to go to studentloans.gov, and there they have what it's called the repayment calculator. And it's wonderful and scary at the same time, because you're able to put in there the amount of loans that you have or that you think you will have. And then what you'll do, what it'll ask you would say, estimate what you think your income is going to be after you graduate, something along those lines. I always say work with the worst case scenario and put in the highest amount that you think you're going to borrow and the lowest amount you think you're going to be making. And then what they're going to do is give you a breakdown of what those payments are going to look like per month under the different repayment plans, and then how much you would have repaid back after the life of the loans. So it's going to do one or two things. It's either going to say, oh, I can do this, or it's going to be like, oh my God, I need to work on a different strategy. So it's a very personal decision. I don't think that there is a particular payment plan that most students will gravitate towards to, but my gut will say it's the income-driven one because it's taken into account the amount of funding that you have available, and it's the one that's more feasible for most students. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, absolutely. And then just the other quick one
Sure.
was just to clarify, so if you do have to take out a rather large Graduate Plus loan, and then we're able to receive a scholarship that, say, didn't kick in until like October, just how that process works in terms of reporting it to you and then giving back part of the loan and all that.
Yeah, and you'll have until just prior to graduation, essentially, to return any part of your loan. You can cancel the whole loan if you'd like, as long as you do it before graduation. And we encourage you to continually search for scholarships to do so. But yeah, as far as the process, I mean, essentially just contact me and I'll send you a link, and then I'll take care of it from there.
Thank you.
Yes, and what you will do, depending on the outside scholarship, either they'll send you the funds directly to you, and they'll say apply that to your tuition and fees, and you will still let us know with an email. Or some foundations will say you need to give us a name and an office address, and we'll send the funds there. But as Edwin said, Edwin is great at taking care of all of that. So thanks.
Thank you, Tim.
Okay, I have a question from Belen, who is listening in from Argentina. She would like to know, actually she's got 3 questions. How can international students build a credit history in the United States, number 1? 2 is, how can we get a social security number to apply for loans? And can we do this from our home countries? And I'm going to step back and get back to my electricity.
Okay, thanks, Christine. In terms of building your credit history and applying and all of that, as officers of the university, we're not allowed to give financial advice, and that will fall under that, unfortunately. But what I can say is that once you get here, there's banks that are near campus, on campus. You can definitely use them as a resource. In terms of the social security number, how do you get that? You will need to, my understanding is that you need to be here, and then you will go to the Social Security Administration to apply for it. Just so that you know, the International Scholars Office, ISSO, will guide you through all of that process. And then, what was the third question, Christine? No, you will not be able to apply for the Social Security number from home. You will have to be here because basically you're getting that Social Security number because you are enrolled and you are here as a student. Any other questions? No? Well, thank you for hanging in there. If you have any questions, if you want to set up an individual appointment, we are here to help you. I will say that nothing of this process is intuitive. It's finances, it's complicated. So please feel free to ask as many questions, to reach out to us as many times as you need to. And if you're anything like me, you're going to think of like 40 other questions that you should have asked and you didn't. So with that said, once again, welcome. Hopefully I will see each and every single one of you here as a student, and then see you as a graduate and have you here as a panelist. So enjoy the rest of your weekend.